disease and return home to their families. The question on the minds of many is how long will this last and when will we return to normalcy? What does the future hold for the workplace, social gatherings, and business? Indeed, this is a big question. But one thing we know is that there is light at the end of this tunnel. The Platform Nigeria celebrates all medical and frontline workers in the battle against this epidemic. Some have given their lives to keep us safe.
That island by water. Now, the LLNG is already using the same tax credit to build a road that was conceived since the 70s, and there were 3 failed attempts. The first bridge has now been completed out of 4. And we are seeing offtake also from the Flour Mills Group, who will soon start the Aton Agbara Road off Badagry Expressway. Now, there are procedures to this because it is government revenue. It has to go through procurement because we have to account for how the road was priced and how the money was used. In the fullness of time, as I said, there is distance between policy and results. But we are already seeing traction, and those who live in Lagos, those who live in Bonny, those who live in Kaba will already tell you they are seeing the roads being built. Now, in terms of whether or not it will be tradable, regrettably, I do not have responsibility for the fiscal policy of Nigeria. That is my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Finance, who I believe will be speaking sometime during the program. And she will be better positioned to advise whether these tax credits can be tradable, whether or not the stock exchange, the Securities and Exchange Commission have a role to play. Those are matters over which I have no responsibility. But I certainly do not oppose the idea if it is workable and it will bring more players into the field.
All right, sir. Okay. Honorable Minister, the federal government recently completed a 1-year strategy retreat to assess the performance of various ministries. How would you score your own ministry performance, A, B, C, D, or in the past 1 year, and why?
Again, let me correct the impression about the assessment of performance of ministries. In government, as in many undertakings in life, no individual ministry can achieve anything on her own. Without the Ministry of Budget and Planning, it would be difficult to do my work. Even if the budget was then presented without collaboration from Parliament, it would be difficult for the executive to achieve most of its objectives. So, in fact, contrary to the widespread belief out there that the arms of government are independent, I have always held the view that they are interdependent. They must work together, including the judiciary. That said, what the retreat was about was to assess where government priorities and programs were. We set ourselves 9 priority areas: agriculture, security, infrastructure, energy, power, macroeconomic stability, and all of that. And the resolution that came from the retreat was that projects, policies, and plans were on track. So in terms of individual identity, that was not the outcome. So for example, in my cluster, which was the infrastructure cluster, I had aviation, I had transport, I had works, I had the FCT. So it was what we did collectively together rather than what one minister or one agency did. We also had MPA in that cluster. So, and what we saw was that our programs and our plans were on track. Individually, if I'm reluctant to do this, but individually, the projects that were focal for my ministry were the applications of the Sukuk, which were well used. The trustees are from private sector and they will confirm this. The progress of the second Niger Bridge, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and the Abuja-Kano Road, all those projects were on track, and as we currently stand, they will be delivered before the lifetime of this administration expires.
All right. Okay, as governor of Lagos State, your tenure was characterized by urban renewal, including PPP, public and private participation, and significant infrastructure development in Lagos. However, a lot of people will argue that you have not been able to replicate the same magic at the federal level. Is this a function of the finances of the federal government, the powers of a state governor, or the bureaucracy at federal level, or the political structure of Lagos State?
Well, for me, governors, well, I'm happy first to hear after the fact that some people believe that we did something good in Lagos, and perhaps that's the tragedy of the Nigerian state. They didn't make me feel that all was well at the time. It's always perhaps after the fact, but it's good to know, and that our modest efforts were appreciated. But that said, government is not magic. It is the art of the possible, and our responsibility is always to continue to project hope. And perhaps those who felt that way must be made to now realize that what we expect of the Nigerian federal government perhaps lies more with the state governors and the local government. Some of the most basic things. And so looking for a federal government or a magic president perhaps is why we seem to have been disappointed. We're looking for the results in the wrong place. My refuse management, my water supply, my primary health care, my basic education, those are all matters within the local and state government. And federal government doesn't own a primary school. They don't own primary health care centers. In Nigeria, federal government has roughly about 107 secondary schools. Okay, 3 of them in Lagos. Okay. Queen's College, and federal government in Janikin. But the state government has over 600 secondary schools at the time I was there. So what we should therefore do is that we should focus on that government that is closest to us. The powers of the federal government have been discussed in public space, but I would urge people to go and read the Constitution. The powers the president has are about 45 powers. Many of them are even categorized as powers, but they are functions and duties. Many of them are also circumscribed either by the National Assembly or judicial action and so on and so forth. So, but it's a debate that is a matter for another day where we can have rigor into that conversation. But the point to make is that the government that can transform us, that can give us the things we want most quickly, are the governments closest to us, state and local government. Of course, the fiscal policy of the country has an effect, and that is a federal responsibility. Security for me is a shared responsibility, and many states are playing in that area, and so on and so forth. But I think going forward in choosing leaders, we must make sure that we pay even greater attention to who is governor, who is local government chairman, than we pay to who is president.
All right. There is a general belief that given the large infrastructure deficit in the country, the federal government will need a lot of private capital to provide necessary infrastructure. What are the plans of the federal government to bridge this infrastructure deficit by attracting private capital? And are there any specific projects that the PPP model will be adopted for?
I will answer this question in three ways. First, to explain to Nigerian people, especially the younger ones, that our infrastructure situation is a result of our underinvestment over the decades in infrastructure. I remember immediately after the Civil War, where the country was awash with oil money during the oil boom, there was massive investment in infrastructure. All the national theaters, National Stadium, Festac Town, and all of that were built in that period. Lagos, Badagry, Apapa, Orishoki, the Tinkan Island Port, and many other parts of Nigeria were built in that period. Sadly, from that period, we underinvested. And that is what our competitors are continuing to do. In some jurisdictions, they are investing as much as 30% of their GDP annually in infrastructure. The good news today is that while the oil revenues have sadly diminished, this government is focused on renewing and expanding that infrastructure. And you will see bridge works going on across the country, road works going on across the country. At the moment, my ministry is supervising 671 road and bridge contracts nationwide. But the big elephant in the room now is the resources to complete them. But even while they're in progress, we're seeing journey times reduced. We're seeing infrastructure doing its work of redistributing wealth across the economy. Lawyers are involved in agreements, banks are involved in issuing guarantees, laborers are involved, architects are involved in design, quarries are working, producing building materials, laborers are earning a living on the side, construction-related industries are supplying cement, bitumen, and that is how an economy works. So until the final piece of infrastructure is done, what is happening is a wealth distribution across the nation. In terms of PPPs, they're always welcome. But as you have heard your immediate past speaker say, right, the private capital is not charity. So there's a distinction between social infrastructure, which I think is a conversation that I would like to have, and commercial infrastructure. Governments all over the world take the responsibility for social infrastructure because it is the enabler for business, it is the enabler for enterprise, it is the enabler for education, it is the enabler for healthcare. There are limited opportunities for commercial activity in infrastructure compared to the social infrastructure. I've just finished a comparative study of the amount of private capital invested in UK roads, South African roads, American roads, Malaysian roads, and anybody can go online to see them. They range from 14% to roughly about 30%. So the bulk of the percentage is still a government funding. But the good news is that we are experimenting now with 12 major roads across Nigeria, distributed across the 6 zones, covering about 1,970 kilometers, under what we call Highway Development Management Initiative. We intend to concession those routes, and we're talking to private sector operators. We've had stakeholders meet through the Lagos Business School, with KPMG, with the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, with the National Assembly to get their buy-in, and we're expecting to see roughly about 500 billion come in there. We're expecting to also see opportunities for small businesses who want to run rest houses along the highways, who want to do lane marking, highway and signage, ambulance services, advertising, and so on and so forth. And also set up proper food agri stores so that people stop buying things just by the shoulder of the roadside. And we can create opportunities for a cluster of people to participate. But that takes time. So we don't see that closing until sometime next year because the procurement process is long. But while that is going on, with every kobo we get, this president is committed to continue to build. And this is where we are.
All right. Final question. I was going to ask you, which job do you prefer, Governor of Lagos State or Federal Minister? But I'll let that skip. All right. With your experience and exposure to mainstream governance over the past 13 years, what 3 things will you say are required to fix Nigeria in the shortest possible time? And how do you think this can be addressed? Now, we know there's no silver bullet, but what are the things that will be catalysts to rapid progress in this country?
Well, I think I've addressed some of them, and I can't sit down here and truly prescribe things, but my own thoughts center around first the leadership recruitment process. And I do not, by this, join some commentators who say, oh, it's just leadership. But I think that all of us can be leaders in very small ways, just like you have chosen to lead by bringing us to an annual or biannual conversation about our country. It's a leadership responsibility that you have taken on. And many of us can lead without titles, and I've always advocated that. And we need to be more productive. There is work to be done, and all of us must move towards thinking, what can I do to improve where I am and what is around me? We've identified all of the problems, but perhaps we haven't addressed our minds and our energies enough to work in the solutions. And I think that, in conclusion, and this stems from what I've said, there is a duty, many duties that we owe ourselves and our country. And perhaps we haven't acquainted ourselves sufficiently with those duties. Some of those duties are captured in Section 24 of the Constitution. I hope that today a few more people will go and read the Constitution and perhaps read Section 24. Because I hear, and we all hear enough, we are sufficiently knowledgeable about our rights. We know our rights at the drop of a hat, at the snap of a finger. But how many of us know what duties we owe to one another and that we owe to our country? And Section 24 of the Constitution talks about our duties to protect the nation, to defend our flag, to care about one another, to help law enforcement authorities, to pay taxes, to declare our income honestly and pay our taxes as at when due. These are some of the things I think will help us to own this great nation that God has given us. Even though things are tough, I think that they can be better. And to remember that at 60, Nigeria in the community of nations is still relatively a very young nation. When you look at Greece, when you look at the United Kingdom, when you look at Japan and so many other countries, 60 is just a very short time in the life of the nation, and we can play a lot in what we do to improve how this nation evolves into an adult state.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you. I know the sacrifice you made to make out time to be here with us. We deeply appreciate this and say thank you very much. And we thank you for your honest thoughts to our answers, giving answers to our questions. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll please go on a 3-minute break, and then we will come back shortly after that. We need a 3-minute break at this point. Thank you.
We will get through this. We will get through the night. We will not faint. We will arise, and we will win this fight. Though there are mountains, fear casts a shadow now. Yet we will stand with God on our side till we see a turn around. Rise from defeat, rise from despair, rise, oh Nigeria, this is your finest hour. Our comrades are falling, and tears are in our eyes, but some standing on their watch are fighting to save the day. So roll up your sleeves now, it's time to join the fight. The world has changed, so now we must face until tomorrow. Rise from defeat, by step, you'll reach the mountain tops. This is your finest hour. Step by step, we'll reach the mountain top. This is your finest hour.
What comes to mind when you see an esteemed painting on the wall? An artist's strokes of luck for fortune? An unfortunate canvas bearing paints contending for spots on the canvas? One establishing dominance over the other, or splashes of disagreement spilling off the hold of the canvas? Do you see chaos in the mix, or do you see a collage amidst? Nigeria, this land, this nation, this canvas is still in frame. A collage of diversity, selflessly mixed in harmony with one goal in mind, makes for a beautiful, priceless work of art. A collage of opinions glued with the paste of love and expressed in understanding solidifies on this canvas a powerful identity. Let's hold this art to heart. The Platform Nigeria at 60 holds on the 1st of October. Time, 10 a.m.
I can see a man get up each day, going up to make a better way. No matter what the drop, he's never gonna stop, never gonna throw this chance away. You see, he's got the nation in his heart, and he's gonna fight with all his God. Talking about a hero, Nigerian hero.
Nigerian hero standing strong. Hold your head up all day long.
Hey,
This is for the hero, you and me.
hey,
Having had for destiny, we'll never give up
until we see.
a better place for the kids to be. This is for the hero. This is for you.
This is for a hero. And I can see a woman every day, laying down her life till it's okay. No matter what may come, she's never gonna stop. She's never gonna throw this chance away. You can be a hero just like them, and you can write your name in the hearts of men. Talking about a hero, Nigerian hero.
Nigerian hero standing strong.
Of aviation under the President Goodluck Jonathan administration. Prior to his government appointment, he was the Corps Marshal of Nigerian Road Safety Corps. Under his leadership, he endeavored to transform the institution into one that was driven by new and effective information technologies. He has been recognized and conferred with several merit awards over the years as a result of his enormous contributions to his indigenous community and nation and the nation at large. Top of which is the recognition he received for his patriotic disposition to his fatherland by the former president, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, conferring him with Nigeria's National Honor of Officer of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, OFR. He has written many articles and research work. The areas of public policy and safety management. He writes a regular column, Bridge Builder, for the leadership newspapers, where he outlines pragmatic ideas for good governance. Mr. Osita, thank you so much. You're welcome to the platform.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for coming through physically to the platform. And great sacrifice to yourself. Thank you so much for this. All right, so we'll get straight to the questions we want to ask you. As an examiner scoring the Nigerian nation on its performance at 60 years, relative to her potential, what score will you assign to Nigeria and why? And what are the top 3 issues that have prevented Nigeria from scoring high?
Being that I'm not a lecturer, I find it difficult to score people, but I will attempt at by saying that there is a very wide gap between promise and performance. A very wide gap of the Nigerian state, the promise it represented on 1st October 1960 and the performance on 1st October 2020. I will tell this by a little story. Last 2 weeks I was in the village and we had a family problem. What was the problem? One of our sub-families, we have chairmen of the various sub-families, and my community is urbanizing very rapidly. So land has become a very scarce commodity and also very profitable commodity. Now this young man was elected chairman of one of the sub-families. The young man became chairman. The constitution says you will do only 1 term and you hand over after 3 years. On the last year, he gathered a few elders together and amended the constitution that says he will now do, that you can now do 2 terms. And he went ahead and conducted an election that declared him winner despite the protest of other members of the family. And when we came to discuss the matter, it was interesting to me that many of the elders in the family didn't see anything wrong with amending the rules of the game and him benefiting from it. And that for me is the challenge of Nigeria, that our corruption, our inability to govern our state has cascaded down to what Peter Eke used to call the 2 publics, that Nigerians will allow you steal Nigeria's money, but they will not allow you steal the village money, because they feel that they own that. But even that village money, because there's a resource, land, that they sell and take commissions, the family members are willing to amend the constitution, conduct an election, and elect this young man back as the chairman. And I told him it wouldn't happen. But I found it interesting that nobody thought something was wrong with a sitting chairman amending the constitution and becoming the chairman at the same time. Now, that for me is the story of Nigeria. What has happened to Nigeria is that at independence, we had a country that was divided. Nobody should come to me with the story of our founding fathers. Our founding fathers set up a Nigeria that was divided. By 1962, they conducted the first census. We couldn't publish the result of that census because people accused the census of being overbloated. We repeated it in 1963. It led to a Supreme Court case by the Eastern Government of Nigeria. And all of this crisis led us to 64, elections of 64, the 65 national crisis, Operation Waitier in the West, and then eventually the 1966 coup. And then we went on to a civil war. But interestingly, after the Civil War, the military, being a national institution, attempted something. They attempted nation building. They set up the National Youth Service Corps, the federal government colleges, institutions to promote national unity and national cohesion. They also brought in the idea of federal character principle, which found its way in our 1979 Constitution. But I will tell you that 20 years, 50 years after the war, down the line, those institutions are comatose. The National Youth Service Corps is no more an ideal situation. It's not in an ideal state. The federal government colleges have broken down. What is the reason? The reason is that there is a multi-ethnic coalition, elite coalition, that have run down Nigeria. Mark my word, it's multi-ethnic. When Nigerians use ethnicity, they use it for the purpose of acquiring power. Once they acquire power, they form a national coalition, all of us, myself inclusive. And what is an example of this coalition? Our children are not in public schools. We do not go to public hospitals. We have private generators and private boreholes. We use Nigerian police as our personal guards against all the other members of society. So this Nigerian coalition has been incompetent at running a nation state. That incompetence is what has manifested. Let nobody deceive you. If we break Nigeria into the different parts of Nigeria, what will happen is that this coalition will go back to their sub-regions and continue their state capture project. I'll give another example. When I was in ExxonMobil, Every government official that I approach for something for ExxonMobil will ask me, I have a daughter, I have a son who is in the US, I would like him to work for ExxonMobil. And I used to remind them that ExxonMobil has a process. You have to go through the interviews and it's an open process. When I became Corps Marshal, the Nigerian elite approached me again for jobs. But this time, they were not approaching me for their children, they were approaching me for their constituents. At Federal Road Safety, which they consider a menial job, they wanted it for their constituents. So I have my constituents, please, how many will you allocate to me? So you find out that if you go to NMPC, National Communications Commission, all the top parastatals of government, it is the children of Nigeria's elite, the children of the current public servants, the children of permanent secretaries, the children of judges that occupy these institutions. The Nigerian masses has been duped for the past 60 years. And it is important that we put this in context, because for me, after many years in government, after being a Corps Marshal, serving ministers as assistant, and becoming the Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I am convinced that this pan-Nigerian coalition has these defining ingredients. We do not mean well for Nigerians. We mean well for our individual pockets. Now, the challenge is that the Nigerian public, the Nigerian young people, who should fight against this capture of the state power, have turned around to support this, hiding under ethnicity, religion, or money. So I don't think we're in a difficult situation, in a chicken and egg situation. I don't know whether we will get the Nigerians to first of all wake up and force Nigerian elites to work, or the Nigerian elites will have the gumption, the moral suasion, which I think is coming. We now suffer from 3 existential crises in Nigeria. Insecurity, led by Boko Haram. We've been at war for 11 years. It has consumed our national resources and people. Oil is going out of fashion. Our critical source of revenue, which is oil, is becoming something that over the next few years will no more bring in the kind of wealth we've seen in the past. And thirdly, the tension in Nigeria has increased dramatically, that you have the secessionist tendencies in the southeast, the Oodua Republic now in the southwest, Boko Haram in the northeast, bandits in the northwest, the north central farmer header crisis, that there is now an impetus for a new leadership to emerge. Now, why do I propose a new leadership? Because I believe that all over the world, multi-ethnic countries have suffered a setback. Yugoslavia has broken, Czech Republic has broken, Eritrea has broken out of Ethiopia, Southern Sudan has broken, but it doesn't quite solve the problem of the individuals in those countries. So we should be looking at countries like Switzerland and the United Kingdom, where multi-ethnic groups have come together, formed a national charter of existence, including the right to exit that union has been formed in the UK, and so far, no part of the UK has been able to exit, because everybody feels that there is something for everybody in that pot. So I believe that the Nigeria of the next 60 years, if Nigeria is to survive the next 60 years, we have to take a difficult decision in 2020 to determine how to build a nation where no man is oppressed, to build a country that gives its citizens a prime of place in its planning. And I think that Nigeria at 60 offers us an opportunity for that introspection.
All right, you have you have answered a lot of questions in that. So let me ask you this. You are quoted in Vanguard of November 9th, 2017, as saying the unity of Nigeria is negotiable and was indeed negotiated by founding fathers such as Sir Ahmadu Bello, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and Chief Obafemi Awolowo. So if you're saying renegotiating it, what might a renegotiated Nigeria look like? What are the key things which, when renegotiated, will be advantageous for all current federal units?
So Nigerian unity is negotiable. I repeat it again. It is negotiable. It is the struggle of the military that uses words like Nigeria's unity is not negotiable. Nobody should bring that in the Nigerian context. Because what that does is that it removes the incentive for people to act rationally and to give and take. Once people have the feeling, like in a joint stock company, that somebody will exit the company, that a faction of the COO can go, people can go, it tends to bring us to the table to continuously negotiate. So the fact that we are removing Nigeria's unity as non-negotiable is the main reason why certain people in Nigeria behave as if Nigeria is a British convenience store. So my take is that once we bring out the issue of negotiation, what it will do for us is, like I said, we can adopt the UK model. We can adopt the Swiss model of allowing our states, our constituent parts, to have more powers to themselves, to have a union that makes it possible for us to have economic prosperity. You cannot develop a nation without merit, for instance. We took a decision in the 1970s as part of nation building and said, let us have an affirmative action. There will be educationally disadvantaged states. These states are going to be given an affirmative action in admissions to make it possible for them to catch up with the rest of Nigeria. It was supposed to be an affirmative action. It was a shield, not a sword. Now we have turned it into a sword. That the educationally disadvantaged state has become a permanent feature of Nigeria. That states in Nigeria boldly and happily announce themselves to be educationally disadvantaged states. The northwestern region of Nigeria has collected more resources. If you combine their local and state government accounts, they've collected more resources than the southeast and the southwest combined, or maybe the southeast and the north central combined. Yet, the governors of those states are not proud enough to say, I want to exit this educational disadvantaged state status. So, I want to propose that for Nigeria to go forward, we must put a sunset clause on all our affirmative actions. The idea of rotation of power is supposed to be an idea to give every Nigerian sense of belonging. It is not a destination. We need to do it to make it possible for all parts of Nigeria to feel that they have a stake in the Nigerian project. But it should be with a sunset clause. After we've done it for the first 30 years of the 6 zones, we should be able to allow the best Nigerians to emerge in their from their political parties. And that is supported by the fact that we have clean elections. Now, what INEC did in Edo State when they published results from the polling units just online for people to see is a step in the right direction. And what happened in the Big Brother house, where we see Nigerian young people voting massively on Big Brother for a fee. They voted for a fee. They paid 30 naira each time they voted. And they cast all that vote because
900
million votes. Because they are reacting to the incentive that their vote matters. They are reacting to the incentive that this is what matters to them. How come it doesn't matter to them about their local government chairman who has resources from the federation for them? How come it doesn't matter to them about their state government? Because they feel that the system has been rigged. And I think that system has been rigged by a multi-ethnic coalition. That coalition is in the judiciary. Nobody should lie to us today in Nigeria. We should know that judgments are bought in Nigeria today. Nobody should lie that we don't know that federal government jobs are sold, that for 1 million naira you will get a job in any of the juicy parastatals. Nobody will lie to us that elections are bought and sold. So we know that what has happened is that a chicken and egg situation again has emerged. People go into government, steal enough resources, use it to buy votes, and continue the cycle of returning the money they have taken. So what we have done, and I am a witness because I believe I'm a sufficient bridge between the old Nigeria and the new Nigeria struggling to emerge. I became Corps Marshal at the age of 35. And when I was doing my youth service, just to prove the point that the young people should be engaged, I decided on my own to say, what can I do to get a job in the federal establishment? They said, if you win the NYSC award, you get automatic employment. So I focused on the NYSC award. I did programs that the National Orientation Agency partnered with me, and of course I was nominated for the award. But guess who nominated me for the award? The person that nominated me for NYSC award is a man who was special assistant and director to the Secretary to Government of the Federation, where I sat. His name is Dr. Babangida Ali, who later became the governor of Niger State. How did it happen? I walked into his office and said, my name is Osita Chidoka. I'm a youth corps member here. I would like to volunteer to help with writing speeches for the SGF. And he was like, how the hell does a young man, a youth corps member, want to do this? And that friendship had lasted till today. So do not sit back in your home and expecting that somebody will come and bring you into the national limelight. You have to struggle for it. I have never been discriminated against in Nigeria because I have refused to be discriminated against. I decided that Babangida Aliyu was my role model. All I hoped for in my life was to end up a federal permanent secretary, because I thought Babangida Aliyu, who went to Penn State University, has a PhD, and I thought that was a route for me. And the reason why I'm stating this is that any attempt, all my time from Federal Road Safety to the Minister of Aviation and before then, I have refused for anybody to discriminate against me. I have taken my fair share of Nigerian state by sitting on the table and insisting that I'm an equal stakeholder in Nigeria. President Obasanjo can bear me witness that as a 35-year-old, I was his advisor, I was his consultant, because I have refused to allow myself to be discriminated. No Nigerian should allow himself to be discriminated in Nigeria. Nigeria belongs to all of us, and I think that Nigeria at 60 represents an opportunity. All those people born in 1960 who entered the public service are retiring this year. A generation of Nigerians, those born in 1960, this is their 60th birthday. All the people that are 60 at the Federal Road Safety Corps are retiring this year, people I met there. And what does that mean for us? It means that our independence children have failed Nigeria. The Nigeria they are handing over to us is a Nigeria where there is no public water, where there is no public school, there are no public schools, our public health system has collapsed. The result of Nigeria from that generation is failure. What then amounts for people like me who were born post-Civil War, who were born in 1970s? What are we going to offer Nigeria? Are we going to spend our time voting for Big Brother, or are we going to turn those votes into changing the narrative of Nigeria and allowing the concept of Niger, where we have Davido, where we have Fino, where we have the Nollywood stars, where Nigerians are united in our music, where Nigerians are united in our culture, in our shebi that has become a national uniform, in our discussions that Igbo words have come into national lexicon from our home videos. That Niger, that private sector Nigeria is moving on its own. Lagos is moving on its own. It's not waiting for Abuja. It's not waiting for Nigeria. It is that Niger that we need to give vent to. So those of us that are young, those votes that we cast on Big Brother, that 30 naira we used to vote, if we put it together behind candidates that are strong, that are positive, that are united in the vision of a new Nigeria, a nation where no man is oppressed, a nation with equal stakeholders, a nation where we reject discrimination. That Nigeria is possible if our young people can come together and make the kind of votes they did for Big Brother Nigeria.
Let's put our hands together for Mr. Osita Chidoka. I want to say thank you very much. You've answered everything we have for you. Thank you very much for this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very much.
We'll go on a 3-minute break quickly, and then we will be back for the next session. 3 minutes break. Wonderful session. Thank you so much.
What comes to mind when you see an esteemed painting on the wall? An artist's strokes of luck for fortune? An unfortunate canvas bearing paints contending for spots on the canvas? One establishing dominance over the other, or splashes of disagreement spilling off the hold of the canvas? Do you see chaos in the mix, or do you see a collage amidst? Nigeria, this land, this nation, this canvas is still in frame. A collage of diversity, selflessly mixed in harmony with one goal in mind, makes for a beautiful, priceless work of art. A collage of opinions glued with the paste of love and expressed in understanding solidifies on this canvas a powerful identity. Let's hold this art to heart. The Platform Nigeria at 60 holds on the 1st of October. Time, 10 a.m.
We will get through this. We will get through the night. We will not faint. We will arise, and we will win this fight. Though there are mountains, fear casts a shadow now. Yet we will stand with God on our side till we see a turn around. Rise from defeat, rise from despair, rise.
Next speaker is Professor Koinsola Ajayi. I hope you can hear me, sir.
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Professor Koinsola Ajayi, SAN, is managing partner at Olan Ajayi Law Firm. His expertise spans the yet connected fields of litigation and transactional work, and he has over 39 years experience in banking, project finance, capital markets, power, infrastructure, energy, natural resources, privatization, and dispute resolution. Professor Ajayi played a key role in the Nigerian banking sector reforms and the recent power sector privatization. He represents a wide range of clients in domestic and cross-border commercial disputes. Professor Ajayi led the team that advised the largest single financial transaction in Nigerian financial history. Welcome, Professor, to the platform. Thank you so much. I do understand the sacrifice you're making to be on out of your schedule. Now, the reason why we invited you was we want to look at law as an instrument for social change. We understand the power, and every developed nation, one of the things that they emphasize is that the rule of law and creating a legal framework for prosperity. So the first question I'm going to ask you is, how can we use the law to engage every Nigerian citizen in the task of nation building?
Well, I think I should, first of all, wish all of us happy anniversary. It's a great thing that we're 60 years today, and indeed we're 60 years by virtue of law. And your question as to citizen engagement by virtue of law is something that is very, very, very fundamental and very, very important. And the way to look at it is this: a society carries on when there is peace, when there is order. And those two things can only happen when there is a legal system. A legal system is something that is dependent largely, if not wholly, on the people. So, paradoxically, it is really we, the people, that should make the law work, and not that the law should make us work. We, the people, and especially now that we're 60 years, and we're looking at our next 60 years, when we would be the third most populous nation in the world, we need to begin to look at what John Kennedy said. Ask not what your country will do for you, ask what you will do for your country. And so this today is a call on us as citizens of this country to take on our citizen rights. We've got a constitution, no matter how defective it may be. We've got a whole raft of laws, no matter how they may be, that give us a lot of rights, that give us a lot of benefits. However, they impose on us citizen duties. So the way we shape society, and by applying the law to shape society, is really by self-regulation. It is by you not driving against traffic. It is by you not jumping a queue. It is by you deciding to climb the society of life rather than the path of ease. It is by you using social media and the digital platform to emulate mentors and people that are doing the right things, rather than looking at that place for a false life and those that sell a lie. This really is about, and most importantly, holding our legislators to account. And how do we do that? They all come from our constituency. The Constitution allows us to recall them. Ask yourself, my legislator, who is collecting so much money, one for constituency projects. What constituency project has he done for us? If not done anything for you, you should come round as a people to vote him out of office. And even before then, use your power to recall him. Ask yourself, how much is my legislator being paid? And what is he doing for me? What was my legislator doing before? And what has he done to improve my lot by the laws that he's introducing? Ask yourself, what laws are being made today? We've got a whole raft of laws that are actually stifling us and not aiding business. So my answer in a nutshell is that truly this is the responsibility of us, and by us I mean the majority of us. By majority of us I mean the youth. The future belongs to us, the next 60 years belongs to us, and it's our responsibility to use this law to make sure that in year 60 from today, Nigeria is one of the largest economies in the world, one of the best livable places in the world, and not just one of the most populous countries in the world. Thank you.
All right, sir. I'm going to ask you a very thought-provoking question that people engage in. Now, some people have argued that defining Nigerian citizenship through the paradigm of indigeneity rather than residence, which means being an indigene rather than where you reside, has kept the people tribalistic and divided. First, do you agree? And if you do agree, how can the law drive that change of detribalizing people?
I don't agree, and I'm happy Bishop Matthew Kuka is on this program, and my good brother at head of Peace's side, and I believe His Highness H.R.A. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. And I mention them because they come from different parts of the country. And these are people from different parts of the country that are Nigerians, love Nigeria, fight for Nigeria, and to them, tribe, state, indigeneity does not matter. Now, so what is it that I'm saying, and what is it that we must do? As the law, is the Constitution responsible for this? To an extent. How? When Murtala Muhammad was head of state, we came out of a war, and he, with his colleague Obasanjo, came up with the principle of federal character. It was something that was absolutely laudable. We had just fought a war, we were divided, and they came up with this, we cannot afford not to make sure that we bring all ourselves back together to make sure that we're truly brothers. And now, when Obasanjo was handing us a democracy in 1979, he wrote us a constitution, because don't forget, the Constituent Assembly drafted something, and it went to the Supreme Military Council, and they amended it the way they deemed fit. And they put things like the federal character in the Constitution. And what has that done for us today? It has bastardized our diversity, which should be a source of strength and which should be the means of our unity. It is like the body, and as I said, Bishop Kuka is here. It would tell you that our body is made up of many parts, and it is those many parts that make up the whole. And therefore, not one part is unimportant. As you preached, Pastor Poju, not long ago, you preached about the inner ear and the outer ear, and how important it is that you must listen to your inner ear, and that is what is important. So every part of us is important, and therefore it begins to defy logic when, as His Royal Highness said at the Mano Chapel webinar, we look not at merit, but at state or indigenship or indeed tribe to promote people in the country and to make appointments. So I'm not blaming it on the law, I'm blaming it on us. Yes, we have this in the Constitution, but that provision in the Constitution was supposed to give us a sense of belonging and not anything to divide us. What is dividing us really, though, is the conduct of the people that we have given power to. These are people that are mediocre, and it is mediocrity that is the father of the corruption that is killing the society. And so therefore these people, as Mr. Kiriaka said, combine mediocrity and corruption to whip up indigeneity, whip up tribal differences, whip up religious differences to keep themselves in power. There is commonality of COVID amongst us. There's commonality of disease amongst us. There's commonality in recession amongst us. No matter how rich you are, if you are going from Lagos to Ibadan today, you're going to get caught on the expressway, no matter how many mobile policemen you have. So this thing, citizenship, indigeneity, is not something that should come to our lexicon. Am I a Yoruba man? Yes. Am I proud to be a Yoruba man? Yes. Atero Peter said, I'm sure when you're going to see him, he's going to have his bowler hat and his Ijo attire. He's proud to be an Ijo man, but he's married to a Yoruba woman, and he's a Nigerian, first and foremost. But yes, we have a source, and our source must be important to us. But that should not be what is defining. However, we will continue to move to our primordial tendencies as long as the state continues to deprive us of the things that it should give us. And so we would say, Yoruba man must be president, Niger man must be president, because we think that once my tribesman is the president, then I will get things. And unfortunately, especially today in this government is giving you the impression that where you come from is more important than what you can do. Thank you.
All right, sir. Final question I'm going to ask you has to do with, some people say that the Nigerian constitution concentrates far too much power in the center. They argue, therefore, that we needed to devolve more powers to the smaller units of government to engender healthy competition and catalyze economic development across the country. Do you agree? And what's your take on this?
Yes and no, rather unfortunately. I'm speaking like an economist now. I'm like Atero Peterson. You know, economists always say, if this, then that. Yes and no. Yes and no, why? No, because when you really, really consider it, each state in Nigeria, every piece of land in Nigeria is abundantly rich. We should not be talking of oil and gas, frankly, right? We should be talking of gold and tantalite and glass sands and bitumen and barite and cocoa. Look, in the whole world, Nigeria, Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Ghana are responsible for 75% of the cocoa production in the world. 75%. The best part of that was Nigeria, no longer is. Cocoa industry is $150 billion. How much of that comes to us? So when you begin to ask yourself, if the governors in these states are actually up to the task of governing, they don't need to go cap in hand to Abuja, which is what we do today. And because our governors and our leaders are lazy and mediocre, and I keep using this word, mediocre, and it's that mediocrity that is driving corruption and not the other way around. And until we get rid of mediocrity in our society, we're going to keep having this problem. Again, I'm going to quote the last time of Khan. It says, give me a corrupt man, but a very good man. I'd rather take the very good man because he'll build system, he'll steal a bit, but he'll build system. But if he's a good man, but he's useless, he won't steal, but government will be so bad, they'll continue to steal from him. So we need to look at mediocrity in our society. And so in the question, this is your question, is the federal government too strong? As I said, it's not, because each state has enough to generate income. What are we doing today? All our state governments, most of our state governments, are using government to drive business to the ground. They're using government to capture people's money rather than use regulation to facilitate business. Look, if you want to build a house in most parts of Nigeria today, town planners are not looking at the solidity of your building, they're looking at the revenue. That's not what the law is for. The law is to drive ensuring proper town planning. Now, but on the other side of the coin is this, that yes, the federal government is too strong, and the concentration of powers there is part of what drives our politics and drives our division. As there's so much power in the president, I guess there's so much power with the state governors. So it's something that we need to address. It would be a shame if we take powers from the federal government, give them to governors, and the governors become emperors, which is what some of them are today. So really, we need to look at a review of, or we need to look at getting ourselves a true people's constitution, which we do not have today. 1999 constitution was not done by the people. It was a decree by Salami Abubakar, our former head of state. It was a decree. Right. So the federal government is too strong, without any doubt about it. There's too much in the powers of the federal government. And this arose as a matter of the military coup that we suffered in 1966. We had a good federal government where the state governments donated power and donated money to the federal government. The state government, the regional governments were strong. The Nigerian High Commission in London belonged to Western region, right? And all the regions were doing very well, and we know all what they've done. We've seen what has been done in the various regions. I don't want to go about that again. But then came the coup, and the military started a unitary form of government and started aggregating things. Little by little, and Gowon did more, then Babangida did a lot more, and then today we have what we have. This is nothing like federalism. The lawyers and the politicians around us will tell you that this is not federalism. But what we need to do, though, is that we need a proper constitution that looks at our circumstance and ensures that people that we give power are accountable, and that government is an engine for making life better for us, and therefore will bring out our entrepreneurial spirits. We've got millions and millions of young people that are the most talented people in the world. We've got brains, we've got power, we've got strength, we've got stamina, we've got the resources. With everything that we have in this country, we can make a lot of money, and the government should help us to do so. And the way to do this is by government being a facilitator of life and not someone that disturbs life. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Again, I wish us all a great 60 years.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Professor Ajayi. Thank you so much for taking out time to be with us this afternoon. We'll move straight to Mr. Christopher Kolade, who will be coming up. Thank you, sir. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming in on the platform. We want to, like you told me, you've spent 87 years in Nigeria. You must know something about the place where you have lived in for 87 years. So we want to tap into the wisdom. We want to tap into the wisdom of 87 years in this country. Now, in the history of corporate Nigeria, you are one of the icons of sound corporate governance. Why is corporate governance so important? And why do most Nigerian companies struggle with corporate governance practices?
Well, once again, let me say thank you for featuring me on the platform today. I have always watched the platform in private status, but you know that I've always monitored what goes on the platform. Now, corporate governance is a system that we believe in, and in that system, we have defined many things. We've defined responsibility, we've defined accountability, we've defined even stakeholders, the people for the benefit of whom corporate governance has been set up. The one thing that we keep forgetting is that any system we set up always depends on the people who are going to operate it. The system itself may be very sound and it may look very good, but if you put the wrong people in it, if you put people who do not have the capacity, the interest, or the mental equipment to deal with corporate governance, then it will not work. Why is it so important? Because in any joint endeavor, like a business company, like a government, like a country, every single one of us whose interest is affected becomes a stakeholder. As a stakeholder, you're required to put in something. Either you put in your investment in terms of money, or you put your investment in kind. Something you contribute, and you do that because you expect something in return. And as a stakeholder who has made an input, you have a right to receive something in return. But some people have to be in the, what I call the engine room of this, who are going to put A and B and C together and produce certain results that we desire to see. Now, those people who are operating it must have a sense of the fact that they're only operating this on behalf of the stakeholders. The reason why corporate governance is so important is that if it goes well, if it is well operated, the stakeholders who have the right to expect returns actually get the returns. However, if those who are in the engine room of corporate governance become self-focused, if they work only for their own self-interest or narrow interests, then the general body of stakeholders loses out, and we then begin to see that the system we have set up is not working for us. So the importance of corporate governance is that it is there to make sure that all of us as stakeholders get what we should receive from the input that we have made. And until we get that, it will continue to trouble us that we can't run corporate governance properly.
All right, sir. Let me leave my questions I wrote down. Let me just ask this from the heart. We're 60 years old, Nigeria today. In 1960, we started out, Nigeria recorded some of the, in Africa, first in Africa, television, many things. We had one of the best teaching hospitals in the Commonwealth, and many things are going on in the 60s, 70s. Now, you will agree with me that, I'm sure, that the potential that Nigeria showed at the onset and where we are today, this is not what people, I'm sure, in the 60s and 70s projected. I remember growing up, and when they want to take electric power, they will announce on the radio that electric power is not going to be available from this hours to this hour. So people had expectation. What will you think? What do you think is responsible? Where did we derail? What really happened? Where did we go off course and the wheels go off in this country?
Well, let me share with you some experience that I had when I was a toddler. I lived in a village where if people wanted to set up a dispensary somewhere where they could go and get medication, or wanted to set up a postal agency, not even a full post office, what happened was that the people of the village, the people of the community, agreed that they needed this thing. Then the Oba or somebody allocated a piece of land. The men in the community would go there and clear the forest, remove the trees and so on, and start the building. This was collaborative effort in the interest of something that we all wanted. And while the men were working, the women would cook some food, and at a certain point they would come and give the men some refreshment. But in the end, the postal agency will be built, or the dispensary will be built. And that dispensary was owned by everybody. Everybody recognized their stake in that dispensary or that postal agency. And therefore, if anyone in the community tried to vandalize something or tried to do something negative to this thing that we had all collectively built, it was collective effort to take control of the situation and make sure that the negative person did not succeed. Now, fast forward to where we are today, and you discover that the reason why so much negativity attends our public space is that the stake that each individual has in this endeavor called Nigeria is no longer sensitively appropriated by the individual. Now, because, of course, not all of us cannot go to National Assembly somewhere, so we pick people to go there to represent us. Do you know we actually call them representatives? We send them there as representatives. And when they get there, what do they do? Who do they represent? Because if you represent somebody, you take care, first of all, to find out what the person really wants. Then you go there and represent, and you have the obligation to come back and give an account of what you have done with the opportunity to be a representative. Now, this is the truth that we all know. But what do we actually practice? We practice something that makes the representative something that he believes is now his own. He goes there, he works for himself or herself, works according to something that he believes or does not believe, and in the end does not even feel accountable to the stakeholders whom he's supposed to be representing. Now, that is what politics has done to us. And the reason why politics is now so dangerous for everyone is that the interests that politicians have no longer has anything to do with the people they're trying to represent. People now hire thugs to make sure that they win elections. Why? If it is really an opportunity to serve my people, why do I want to kill anybody else who wants to do the same? Why do I want to do it in such a manner that the stakeholders don't even get anything to say about this? And therefore, the way that we continue to run things is the situation that we have. Sorry, my system seems to be acting up here, but I hope you can still hear me.
We can see you, we can hear you.
Thank you. And so my belief is that if your question is, how did we go wrong? How did we arrive where we are? We arrived where we are because the practice of party politics takes the focus away from the objective of party politics. The objective of politics is that we should select people who will now go and do good governance. But the emphasis is so much on the politics, we forget the governance. And the politicians believe that politics can even be a life career. It can be a life career where you make all the money and so on and so forth. And these days, you ask yourself, why is it so difficult for us to hold elections which are peaceful? I'm not even talking about free and fair. Peaceful elections where people can go in and vote and come back. No thugs carrying their ballot boxes, nobody firing guns, and so on. It's because we allowed ourselves to put politics ahead of governance. Let me say one more thing. Let's not think that all the blame belongs to the people in public office, people elected. We also, as stakeholders, have a lot of blame to share in this. And I put the idea forward that everybody who's living today comes from a past where certain values, certain disciplines, certain standards were taught to us. We were told this is the right way to do things. You must not enter somebody else's property without permission. You must not inflict pain on anyone for no reason. This was how we were brought up. Now, what values, what standards, what disciplines are we practicing today? And what are the young people taking away, inheriting? Everything that we have been taught, we must see ourselves as custodians of what we have received. And if you're a custodian, there are two things you must do. You must preserve the quality of what you have received. You must make sure that the quality does not deteriorate. But second, you must develop what you have received, develop in the light of the needs of the present and the future. So the quality will improve if you preserve what you received and then develop it according to what the needs of the future are. But in order to do that, the custodian must acknowledge, recognize his responsibility, his accountability, but also the obligation to go through a development process of development. We put education in place to help people to develop. But look at what we're doing with education, and you will know why one of the reasons why we're not going forward positively.
Thank you very much, sir, for spending this 20 minutes with us. We deeply appreciate this, and we thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll move next to His Royal Highness, His Highness Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. Immediately we're going to that. Thank you very much, sir, for coming on that program, the platform. I hope you can hear me, sir.
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for coming on our program, the platform. I'll just introduce you formally. His Excellency, His Highness Sanusi Lamido Sanusi was the 14th Emir of Kano. Prior to his ascension as Emir of Kano, he served as the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria from 2009 to 2014 under the presidency of Umaru Yar'Adua and his successor, President Goodluck Jonathan. In this position, Sanusi won the prestigious International Award of Central Banker of the Year. During his tenure as CBN governor, he carried out extensive reforms. He carried out these reforms in a bid to overcome the vested interest attacking the Nigerian financial sector. Sanusi Lamido's blueprint for the reform in the banking sector is centered around 4 pillars, which include enhancing the quality of banks, establishing financial stability, enabling healthy financial sector evolution, and ensuring that the financial sector contributes to the real economy. He's an ardent speaker on subjects such as banking, politics, religion, and society. He's also a recipient of several notable awards, including the National Award for Commander of the Order of the Niger CON, Nigeria, one of the 100 most influential people in the world by Time magazine 2011. So, sir, first question I want to ask you is, you recently launched a challenge focusing on the 4th and 5th Sustainable Development Goals of quality education and gender equality, respectively. Nigeria's profile in these areas are dismal, and it appears the government alone cannot salvage the situation. In what ways can the private sector bring its weight to bear in terms of achieving the SDGs for Nigeria?
Well, thank you very much, and let me say how pleased and honored I am to be part of this esteemed group of Nigerians speaking on the 60th anniversary of our independence. Well, as you know, I'm one of the United Nations Secretary General's advocates for SDGs. And every time I look at these goals, I try to say to myself, if we were to focus on 2 or 3 goals, even though all the goals are interrelated, which ones do I think have the maximum impact? We look at a country like Nigeria and many LDCs. My sense is that the focus on the education of the girl child and the place of the woman are the most critical sustainable development goals we need to focus on. If you educate a girl child, you deal with a number of issues. You deal with the opportunities you give to rise out of poverty. You deal with intergenerational poverty. You deal with mortality, deal with nutrition.
May not be from here.
You deal with education of the child, because the children of educated women are more likely to be educated than the children of those who did not go to school. You deal with water and sanitation and so on. The single silver bullet for me that goes to the heart of underdevelopment and poverty is educating the girl child and providing her with an opportunity to rise out of poverty. The second thing is we've got to look at our attitude towards women in general as a country, and this is something that cuts across Nigeria, north and south, and unfortunately it's something that seems to affect not just the uneducated but even those who have gone to school, because I have seen a number of men who have gone to university, who are graduates, who are working, and who do not have any kind of regard for the rights of their wives or the rights of their daughters. As a country, we need to understand that without giving the respect and without caring or without respecting the rights of more than half of our population, we undermine ourselves. We bring ourselves backwards. We do not provide them with the opportunity to actualize themselves, and we deal with other issues. We deal with issues around domestic violence. We deal with issues around forced marriages. We deal with issues around arbitrary divorce and lack of maintenance. And the result is that we have all these children. If you look at the drug problems, if you look at the lack of focus among the youth, all of that comes down to family values. So for me, SDG 4 and SDG 5 are the most crucial SDGs, and I keep focusing on that. And that is why I started the SDG challenge. The idea of the challenge is to change the way we've looked at delivering education to girls. What we've done is, from the top, we design programs. What we do with SDG challenge is asking teachers in local primary school settings to come up with ideas for how we can deliver safe and in an economical way, safe education to the marginalized and disenfranchised girls in rural areas of Africa. We will take all the entries. I'm working with the Queen's University Canada in my capacity as chairman of the advisory board of 1 Million Teachers. And we'll take all these entries, have the Queen's University Department of Education assess them, and choose 10 from across the whole of Africa. We choose only 10 winners. Work with the winners on, there'll be a small prize money of $500, but work with each of the winners to package, to improve, to develop a plan, to see how we can scale up. And then at the end of 1 year, because the program actually starts today, it was launched the 1st of October. And hopefully by 30th of September next year, I hope to have a big dinner where we raise an endowment fund and unveil the 10 winners which have been packaged. And the idea of the fund is to provide the finance for upscaling that. Now, the first benefit for the teacher who wins is that his village or his area gets the children in that village educated using that innovation. And then we scale it up to other areas across Africa. And we hope to reach as many young children, young girls as possible with that.
All right, thank you, sir. Second question. You are one of the few people in Nigeria who have held the highest positions in private sector, government, and traditional institutions. Given your vast experience across these three areas, what are the top 3 issues that seem to be common across these 3 areas, which are a hindrance to nation building?
It's a bit difficult to say because the 3 areas are rather different, and each of them seems to face a different set of problems. I think Dr. Kolade has spoken about values, and that's a problem because I've had the experience of working in the private sector, which is really driven by merit and competition. The shortcoming of the private sector, of course, is that there's this very strong focus on short-term profits for shareholders, and that can sometimes be at the expense of the wider society. Now, the public service is supposed to be different, but if you asked me, from my experience, what are the biggest drawbacks? Certainly in the public sector, where I think you have the greatest positive or negative impact of decisions. The first is the need to build institutions. What I find is that in many, with the politicians, there is this personalization of institutions. So we do have the institutions, we do have the legal structures, we do have the laws, but individuals tend to think that these institutions are there to serve them. And now whether you're dealing with at the level of the governor or the level of the president or at the level of, there's this sense, okay, that the institutions are there to serve whoever is the chief executive. And that is the biggest problem that you have. When you begin to undermine institutions, we pay lip service to them, we talk about them, but look at the state houses of assembly, look at the state commissioners, look at the ministries. It's almost as if everything is there at the service of an individual, and this, I think, is what destroys the civil servants and those who run the institutions do not help themselves. So this is the first. We need to understand what are institutions, what do they exist for, what are the rules governing them, and how do we respect those rules, and how do we abide by those rules. It is those institutions that keep politicians in check. We talk about the police, the judiciary, the press, okay, the traditional institutions. These are all institutions. They are not there to serve individuals. They're there to operate within a certain collage of rules and regulations. So this is the first. We need to build institutions and not individuals. The second problem, and this is more in the public sector and the private sector, is obviously a general lack of a de-emphasis of merit in our institutions. You can never have a good system that's not run by good people. And this is not something that we can blame on one. Take our constitution. I've been saying this over and over again. Our constitution says you must have a minister from every state. But it does not say anything about the qualifications of a minister. It does not say that the minister must be qualified and competent to do the particular job he's given. So if you take a minister from Kano, it doesn't matter. He could be the most uneducated human being. So long as he's from Kano, you tick that box. You have a minister from Kano. And there's nothing concerning, even though you have a structure, he's supposed to go through screening. We have seen enough people go through screening. When you watch the screening, you say, this man is not going to be confirmed. And then he's confirmed unanimously. Okay, so the result of putting in ministers or commissioners who are either not qualified or who are not qualified for the particular role that they are given is that the entire country suffers because they cannot deliver. Okay, the third thing I think, and if you ask for three things in the public service, and I've seen something wonderful, I haven't seen the results, but I think just a few weeks ago, there was a ministerial retreat that was aimed at assessing the performance of ministers. And I do hope that there was an assessment. I do hope that the results will be published. The reality is we need to have, just like in the private sector, an assessment. What are the when someone is appointed to a public office, whether it's a permanent secretary or a commissioner or a minister, what are the expectations from that person? What are the deliverables? And there must be a periodic assessment of what it delivers, and that should be public and transparent. So if we complain that we don't have power, there's a minister of power. If we complain that a road has not been completed, I mean, if you're building a road from point A to point B, and it's been on for 6 years, it's not been completed, there was somebody who was supposed to complete that road. The road is not supposed to build itself. Who holds those people accountable? What are the consequences for not completing? What do you need to do to remain in an office? Is it to deliver or to just be loyal? And I think for me, the more we're able to focus on these things, on the fact that at the end of the day, we are there to serve the people, and we only deserve to remain there if we provide that service. The more we recognize that, the better we will run the public service. In the private sector, honestly, my experience, maybe because I worked in the banking system, is that it's basically a system driven by merit. I mean, we had targets, we had to achieve, we had to deliver. We were not driven by ethnic or religious sentiments, which seem to affect a lot of our politics. But there is the problem of being so obsessed with your profitability and so afraid of losing profits that sometimes there's a complete disconnect between the interests of the private sector and the interests of the wider society. And these are issues that we need to look at.
All right, sir. Now, let me ask you this. During the Occupy Nigeria protests, you famously said that this government can continue paying subsidy till 2015, it will come down. But the next government will be saddled with a debt burden it cannot maintain. Now that seems to have come to pass. So looking into your crystal ball today, we want to ask you, what are the top 3 things we need to do today to avoid a crisis for the next government?
Well, the first thing is, as a result of COVID, and because the economy has been brought to its knees anyway, I think Nigeria has finally come around to being realistic. We were paying billions of dollars in so-called subsidy, and I always say it was not a subsidy, it was a hedge, it was a big scam. It's been going on for 20, 30 years, and honestly, we complain about the economic situation we're in today, but there is nothing that surprises me. I think if we're honest with ourselves, anyone who studied economics could see that this was where we're going to end up. And this has been something that we could see as far back as 10 years ago, and not just with this government, with the previous government, and then it's continued for some time with this administration, and we've said that. Now, what has happened is that in the last few months, this government has started instituting certain reforms that, if we continue along those lines, okay, we begin to see the light. I mean, now, yes, removal of fuel subsidies is one, the adjustments in electricity tariffs is another. But, fundamentally, look at NNPC. This government has, for the first time in more than a decade, published audited accounts of NNPC for 2018. Now, we may not like what we see in terms of the spending by NAPIMS and NPDC, but at least, and this is what we've been calling for, let us have some visibility on what happens inside that big monolith. So the transparency, increased transparency in the oil sector, increased transparency in the energy sector, these are things that need to be done. The Minister of Finance has just been voted, I think, the best finance minister in Africa, and for good reason. This is someone who has been trying to manage the finances of the government in an extremely difficult situation: collapsed oil prices, very low tax revenues, pressures on the exchange rate, okay, high rates of inflation, extreme poverty, and yet managed to keep this country from actually going totally bankrupt. So these are reforms that need to be pushed. We need to help. We need to understand that the government does not have the balance sheet to continue with the Father Christmas situation that we've had over the last decade or so. I wish we had done this earlier, but we're here now, and this is being done, and we need to commend that, and we need to encourage the government to continue. So this is the first thing. The second thing is to go back to asking, how did we end up here? How did we end up with an economy that is so totally monocultural? How can we go back to diversifying this economy? And one way to do this is to continue eliminating the avenues for rent seeking. When people understand that the way to make money is to produce real goods and services, build up small and medium enterprises, build up manufacturing companies, provide services, we begin to encourage the movement of capital into real production. We have to get out of what Karl Marx called this stage of primitive accumulation and actually move into proper capitalism. And the third thing, which is, I think, extremely important, is we need to focus on our human capital. It's human beings that build countries. We've got 200 million Nigerians. About more than half of them are under the age of 20. In the next 20 years, you're going to have more than 100 million Nigerians between the ages of 20 and 40. Now, that is more than the population of Germany, the third largest economy in the world. If you don't educate these young people, if you don't give them the skills, if you don't have an economy, how are you going to accommodate them? The problems of today will be nothing compared to the problems Nigeria is going to face in the next 20 years. So as we invest in broadband technology, as we invest in solar panels for power, we need to tie that to microfinance. We need to tie that to financial literacy. We need to get people to know how to use the internet. You don't just give someone broadband so that they can take the telephone and make phone calls. You give them broadband so that they can use technology to produce, to innovate. And they can't do that without the skills. So investment in education around IT, extremely important. Coding, robotics, programming, that is the future. We're heading to the fourth industrial revolution, and that is the only way we're going to move very fast and move people out of poverty. These are three things I think we need to do.
All right, thank you. We can't let you go without answering this question, which will be our last one. Now, the ethno-religious intolerance in the country has reached alarming proportions. Diamond Jubilee presents an opportunity to remind ourselves of the need to forge a social contract that transcends this. What will be your message to Nigerians concerning this ethno-religious crisis we are faced with?
It's not so much Nigerians, but the Nigerian elite. I mean, the reality is the whole politics of identity in Nigeria, the whole ethnic and religious politics in Nigeria is something that is, I mean, we do have identities, but the construction of opposing identities is a political process. It's basically the Nigerian elite competing among itself for a share of the national cake. I don't think that the people who say they're fighting for Hausa or Yoruba or Igbo among Nigerians are really interested. I mean, when they get there, at the end of the day, it's about them and their families. There's nobody out there that is really representing North or South or East. I mean, they claim to be. You can look out there, you see, I mean, when you look at the cabinet, you look at, I mean, in the history of Nigeria, there has never been a government that did not have people from all over the country. So the first thing to recognize is that we must get away from this sense that holding political office is what makes you representative of a people. Okay, that's the first thing. Personally, I think from my own life experience, these are things I don't understand. I was 8 years old when I was taken to a boarding Catholic school in Kaduna. And from there, at the age of 11, I came to King's College. So for me, I have always grown up as a Nigerian. My friends are from all over the country. I've never thought of people as a Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa or Fulani. Look, I'm living in Lagos. Most of my friends are in Lagos. I don't know. I find it very difficult when I listen to people go on with their stereotypes, when I hear people create monsters out of people because they are of a different faith or a different ethnicity, because I have lived in Nigeria long enough to know that you've got wonderful Nigerians from every ethnic group, from every religion. You've also got very useless, very horrible, very detestable human beings, okay, from every ethnic group and every religion. And we need to first of all understand that we need to be able to, and this is, again, it goes back to our constitution, it goes back to the way we have set ourselves up. Why is it more important that you have a minister from every seat than that you have ministers who can deliver? Why? I mean, we should have federal character, but why is federal character always pursued at the expense of merit and competence? I mean, so what are our national values? Are we a country that respects merit? Are we a country that rewards performance? Are we a country that places the people at the heart of? I mean, when people talk about being marginalized, for example, if you ask them, what do you mean by marginalized? They'll say, they'll look at the composition of ministers or political offices. When you go down to the masses and you say, okay, who are the people who are poorest? Where do you have the highest level numbers of out-of-school children? Where do you have the highest levels of malnutrition? Where do you have the highest levels of unemployment? Where do you have the lowest per capita? Because that is really what affects the vast majority of Nigerians. Then you begin to know who are the truly marginalized people. And you'll be surprised to know that those who have been, quote unquote, marginalizing others politically, if you look at political office, actually come from the areas where the people are the most marginalized when you look at real economic indicators. So if there's any proof that being from one part of the country in government does not necessarily translate into a better life for that part of the country, it is Nigeria. So the more we get out of this almost juvenile obsession with where is this person from, what religion does he have, and actually begin to ask, if you want to be the president of Nigeria, if you want to be a minister, if you want to be a governor, what are your qualifications? What do you bring to the table? What do you have to offer the people? It starts from the, and it's not just Nigeria. I listened to Trump and Biden, and we all know it was a horrible debate and a disgrace. But I've seen debates in Nigeria for people trying to be governors, people trying to be president. We never hear things about, what am I going to do for Nigerian women? Look, we have a country where more than half of the Nigerian population is female. How many women do we have in the Senate? How many do we have in the House of Reps? How many do we have in state houses of assembly? How many governors do we have? These are issues that we need to ask. Now, if you don't have women in decision-making processes, how do you deal with the girl child? How do you deal with development? Why can't our constitution provide, for example, for a maximum of 60 or 70% of ministers from one gender? That compels everybody to have at least 30% of women or men in the cabinet. And you begin to have diversity. Why is our diversity only state diversity? Why is it only ethnic diversity? Why don't we talk about diversity by gender? Why don't we talk about diversity by age? Why must our governments be dominated by 60, 70-year-old men? No young people, no women. And this is the 21st century. You're looking at the 21st century and you have a generation of people, a generation like me, who are now dinosaurs, who don't even know how to use computers properly. Now, if you take my son and his generation, they are far more prepared for the 21st century, for the Industrial Revolution, than my generation. How many of them have been given the opportunity to participate in the formulation of policy and the implementation of policy? Now, these are the kinds of conversations we are in. Rather than saying, oh, we don't have enough Hausa people, or enough Yoruba people, or enough Igbo people in government, where we don't have enough young people. We don't have enough women. We don't have enough IT experts in the government. And these are the kinds of questions I think we need to ask. And when we take away, and I suppose for me, I will remain grateful. I keep telling to people, I keep telling everyone that, yes, I'm a Muslim, I'm a northerner. At my very young age, I was taken care of by Catholic nuns in a Catholic school. They allowed me to practice my faith, and they showered me with love. Nobody can come and tell me that Catholics are bad. No one. Because I've lived with them. Now, I'm not saying that there are no bad Catholics, but nobody can tell me that somebody is bad because they're Catholic. Because I saw love in St. Anne's. And I saw love. I mean, my best friends to this day are my friends from King's College, many of whom are not from my region or my faith. So I don't understand it. That is the reality. I don't. And I think that anyone who manipulates ethnicity and religion is just doing it for a selfish reason. And we need to get out of that. We need to call them out.
Thank you so much, sir. You spoke to the heart of what we are trying to achieve in this meeting. I want to say thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. All right, we will go straight next to Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, because Professor Bolaji Akinyemi will be. Could I have the list of the webinars we're doing? All right. The list of the webinars while he gets ready. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you. All right, well, Professor gets ready. I just want to announce that we are having platform digital workshops immediately after this televised program. And I will just quickly read out the platform digital workshops. First one they'll be speaking on creating national wealth through entertainment and tourism. The second, exporting Nigeria's culture through fashion. The third is family as a bedrock for a strong and stable society. The fourth is law as the framework for social and economic development. The fifth is the impact of mentoring, a review of the Igbo apprentice system and how it can be applied nationwide. The sixth is living with special needs, disability in Nigeria today, breaking the stigma. The seventh is restoring Nigeria's economy through agriculture, current realities and future possibilities. The eighth is improving public sector productivity, a call to action. The 9th is private sector as a catalyst for national development. The 10th is citizens' involvement in politics and governance. The 11th is building creativity into our curriculums in entertainment. The 12th is igniting indigenous capital for economic transformation. The 13th is positioning Nigeria strategically to derive economic value from the global digital ecosystem. The 14th is the human capital development, a driver of economic growth. The 15th is women in leadership navigating the barriers. And the 16th is profitability and sustainability in the Nigerian health sector. These are webinars. You have got to register. You go to insightsforliving.org. Do that right now. Just go on your phone, insightsforliving.org/breakout sessions. /breakout sessions. You see the list, choose one. They start at 3 p.m. They have brilliant people who will be facilitating, and they'll be going into detail concerning these things. All right. So they are strategic sessions. They will never be made public, and so you want to join that and know what is going on at that level. All right. So I go back to Professor Akiemi here, and I'll just quickly introduce him. Professor Bolaji Akiemi is a professor of political science who was Nigeria's External Affairs Minister from 1985 to 1987. Presently, he is the chairman of the National Think Tank. Professor Akiemi was a visiting professor of several prestigious international universities and a senior lecturer of political science at the University of Ibadan. And by 1975, he became the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, the nation's foreign policy development and formulation center. As Director General of Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, he conceived the idea of dialogue to broaden the base of foreign policy consultation. By 1985, he was appointed the Honorable Minister of External Affairs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This was under General Ibrahim Babangida. During this period as Foreign Affairs Minister, he was involved in negotiating the ceasefire in Chad, Libya, and in Mali, Burkina Faso war. He conceived and moved the concept of concert of medium of powers, an idea which sought to bring together middle powers for the purpose of using their collective bargaining power to mediate disputes within international system. After his ministerial assignment, the Center of International Studies, University of Cambridge, England, appointed him a fellow of the international relations. He's also a life member of Clare Hall, University of Cambridge, England. So we have an intellectual giant with us this afternoon. I want to ask him a couple of questions. Thank you very much, sir, for coming into this program. All right, our first question. In 2014, President Goodluck Jonathan inaugurated the national conference led by Justice Idris Kutigi GCON as chair. You were vice chair. The group was set some laudable objectives, some of which included resolving impediments to our cohesion as a truly united nation, removing all obstacles which have prevented the country from establishing an agreeable political system, and resolving character and the nature of our economic system that will impact positively on the lives of citizens, to name a few among other equally important points. Many Nigerians had hoped for a significant shift in the nation, in the state of the nation, following this conference, this confab, about 7 years ago. So our first question is, did the conference achieve its objectives, and was anything put in place to track the implementation of the recommendations from this conference?
Thank you very much for introducing me to the platform. And I have followed the contributions of people who have preceded me. Yes, the conference achieved its objectives. Over 300 delegates from all over Nigeria were invited to be participants in that conference. Nobody walked out. The conference did not break up. So the first achievement, which I think Nigerians should not lose sight of, is when the people, the representatives of the people were consulted, we reached a consensus on the objectives that were set. For us, we agreed on over 600 resolutions, and we reached that agreement by consensus. So we did achieve the objectives set for us. The question you raised as to whether any mechanism was put in place to monitor the implementation of that conference. We ensured, and we got that agreement from President Jonathan. We put the report of the conference on the internet. It wasn't classified a secret report until today, because I checked before I came on. It is still on the internet. So every Nigerian can check on the internet policies of government and see to what extent they are coterminous with what the conference agreed to, or they diverged from what the conference agreed to. For example, Pastor, the president signed the Police Act, I think last week or about 2 weeks ago. We had a recommendation on how the IG will be appointed and how the IG will be removed. Nigerians can go to that platform and now see whether that Police Act was an implementation of what we agreed to or not. So that is there. I share with you and with Nigerians the disappointment that the resolutions and the recommendations of that conference have not been implemented, not in its totality. I mean, government has the right to go through reports and pick what it likes, but that there is a visceral reaction by the present government against the report, and that to that extent, this report has not been implemented in its totality. I want to seize this opportunity, sir,
yes, sir,
to draw the attention of Nigerians to a report that is often ignored, and that is the Uwe's report on electoral reform. We embodied, I served on that electoral reform committee. Believe me, it's one of the most exhaustive reports in the life of Nigeria.
All right, sir. Second one. Are the recommendations still valid in the context of the geopolitical and economic climate of Nigeria today? Do you feel that we should still look at this report, that it is valid and will help the country?
Most certainly. If you recall, the agitation that's going on right now is that the 1999 Constitution is fake because Nigerians were not consulted and Nigerians were not involved. Well, the 2014 National Conference, as I said earlier on, had over 300 delegates. So it has addressed that issue of consultation. Number two, all the issues that we address in terms of an overburdened center. I listened earlier on when Mr. Fashola was speaking earlier on. on your program when he was talking about the need to have issues that are local addressed at the local level. We dealt with that. We moved issues away from the exclusive list and moved them to the state list and to the local government list. We called for revenue allocation that would then address the movement of issues so as to give the state and the local governments the wherewithal to carry out their functions. So till today, that report is still relevant. But let me say this, sir. Let me say this. I've been long enough in government to know that when a government says it doesn't like a report, there is no use forcing that government. It won't do it. But what I will appeal to the present government to do, because there are so many reports. I've mentioned the Waste report. There is the Obasanjo report. And you have the 2014 report. And you have the El Rufai report. Okay, bring all these reports into a basket. Set up a task force on what? Federalism and reconstruction. And as this task force may be made up of 50 people, maybe more, maybe less, to come up with what I will call a blue report for government, drawing government attention to the issues it should accept in all these reports, and then government itself can come up with a white paper instead of the Buhari government setting up a totally new constitutional conference. To me, this is the way to go about it. But let me issue a warning. Nigerians have a way of trivializing everything. A husband and a wife will sit down in their sitting room and come up with a draft constitution for Nigeria. They will call a press conference and call a world press conference, even though there will be no international journalists there. And they will release this to Nigeria as their own draft constitution. We trivialize issues. Believe me, right now, I think that I'm aware of, there are about 15 draft constitutions that are floating all over the place. And there will be more as people seek to draw attention to themselves.
All right, sir. Your journey into diplomacy started very early. You were Director General of NIIA at the age of 33. At this point, you had already completed your doctorate degrees. You saw the need to bring together minds on foreign policy and started an association to challenge the status quo on foreign policy. What is your advice to the younger generation regarding diplomacy and its power to effect real change?
Well, if we are talking about changes on the global level, this really can only be done by the state. But individuals and associations can, through conferences, through studies, through books, take... Can you hear me? Hello?
All right, sir, you can continue.
Sorry, am I back with you?
Yeah, continue. I don't know where that came from.
Oh, all right. Individuals, associations can, through conferences, through books, through whatever it is, make inputs into what government should do or not do on the global platform. But in terms of soft diplomacy, That is where the activities of individuals can make a direct input itself without going through government. A Nigerian who becomes a brilliant surgeon in the United States and performs unique operations, he is a Nigerian making that direct input. A Nigerian who becomes a successful entrepreneur without the input of government abroad. I don't want to mention names. That is making a positive input into soft diplomacy. There are 1,000,001 things Nigerians can do that would be positive in terms of rebranding the image of the country. I admit that there are criminals, but then every country has criminals. So Nigerian branding should not just be defined by the criminal activities of a few. There are lots of brilliant Nigerians who are making brilliant contributions, whether in the health sector, in the educational sector, all over the world. And these are positive inputs into soft diplomacy.
All right, sir. Do Nigerians in the diaspora have a role in our foreign policy? Do they have a role?
Yes, they do. That's related to my last answer. I have been, believe me, proud of the achievements of doctors in the United States, doctors in United Kingdom. I'm proud of the achievements of additional at the African Development Bank, of Okonjo-Iweala at the World Bank and various other financial institutions where she's been involved. I am very, and let me say this, and it has nothing to do with me being a Christian. I think the activities of the Pentecostal churches in establishing Nigerian presence all over the world, that contribution has not been given the recognition that it deserves. I know you talked about in diaspora, but then your branches constitute a core of the Nigerians in diaspora. The same thing for Nollywood. Nollywood, the impact it is making in our soft diplomacy, believe me, they are more than, I should say this, more than the collective activities of our ambassadors. We are making it, not as much as we should, and we should encourage us to do better, but we are not a failed state, at least not yet. And our impact on the global scene is still not up to where it should be. If United Arab Republic, Emirate, can send a rocket to Mars, I want Nigeria to be there on the stage of people sending rockets. Therefore, we shouldn't sit down and be complacent. Oh no. In fact, we are in danger of regression, but there are lots, and I think this is the point of your question, there are lots and lots of input, positive inputs that can drive our foreign policy and that I recognize as a scholar.
All right. There's a lot going on in the world today, and I mean, I understand you may not particularly want to speak to this, and so if you don't want to, you don't have to. But there's a lot going on in our foreign policy space today, and the Nigeria and the respect even Nigeria had in Africa in the 70s, 80s, 90s, it doesn't look the same. So, I mean, you don't have to answer, but what should our approach to foreign policy for the future look like? But if you don't want to answer, I'll take it that.
I understand you, Pastor. And thank you for giving me a leeway out of a spot. But you've put me on the spot, and people will call me a coward if I dodge the question. Look, we must have a leadership, or let's call a spade a spade. We must have a president who has a vision of the greatness of Nigeria. That's the first thing. Number two, he must surround himself with experts who can help him to design policies that will encapsulate this vision of a great Nigeria. I am not impressed with policies that make Nigeria look like a mouse on the global scene. I am not. I am not impressed by policies that are not driving Nigeria to be an active and positive player. You refer to the concept of medium powers when you were introducing me. This was the essence of what I was trying to do. The time you referred to, we had one foreign policy issue, but it was a global issue, and that was the anti-apartheid issue, to bring an end to anti-apartheid. And that gave us kudos. Well, once that finished, have we designed really another foreign policy issue that we can then run after? And that was what I was trying to do. Part of it I achieved by setting up the technical aid course scheme, which allows Nigeria to send experts all over the world, experts to countries that ask for these experts. And they are there. There are in over 70 countries in the world, in the Pacific, in the West Indies, in Africa. Again, they are unsung heroes of our soft diplomacy, but they are there. So what the president, any president needs to do is to have this vision of a giant in Africa. Now we are just it by name. To design policies that will drive it. I want to see us have astronauts that will be sent to the spaceship. 73 countries in the world have had astronauts go there. Why is Nigeria not included? Yes, we have satellites that are designed for us by the Chinese. Why can't we have satellites designed in Nigeria and controlled by Nigerian scientists? Our brains have to leave Nigeria to be recognized and to achieve the achievable. Collectively within Nigeria, they are defeated. I listened to Emir Sanusi. I disagree with him, I'm sorry to say. It is not. It is because we are not putting round pegs in round holes that we have not achieved what we should achieve. What we need to do that. And there are enough brains all over this country. Do you know, Pastor, there was a time the man that was designing, the chief designer of vehicles for General Motors in the United States came from Sokoto. He's back home now, and I haven't heard of what he's doing. So we have talents all over Nigeria. Let us use those talents to push this country forward, and believe me, we will be what we have always wanted to be, a giant in Africa. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for spending this time. We have gleaned a lot of wisdom, and I will be back. All right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. All right, we will go to our next speaker immediately, and he is Malam Nuhu Ribadu. And we will all right, Malam Nuhu Ribadu. We want to touch on,
yes.
Thank you so much. We want to touch on a little bit on corruption. Malam Ribadu needs no introduction, but I will just read out his introduction here. I'm working with so much in a short period of time. And my assistant, you did not. All right, just 1 second. Okay, you bring it to me. All right, thank you so much. All right. Malam Nuhu Ribadu was the pioneer executive chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, which we know today as EFCC, the government commission tasked with countering corruption and fraud. In April 2009, he became a visiting fellow at the Center for Global Development following the end of his tenure as the head of EFCC, a position he held from its creation in 2003 until 2007. And he was briefly appointed Assistant Inspector General of Police. Malam Ribadu, a lawyer by profession, graduated from the Nigerian Law School in 1984. He had previously worked as a government prosecutor from 1985 till his 2003 appointment as a government anti-corruption official. So we want to ask a couple of questions. Where are my questions now? Second, I'll get this sorted. All right. First question I want to ask, sir. One of the key complaints by the people is that the anti-corruption agencies are directly funded by the government. The leadership is appointed by the president and are therefore, non-partisan. What is your opinion on this, and what do you think is the best practice for a country like Nigeria?
Good afternoon, Pastor, and thank you for giving this opportunity to be part of these eminent Nigerians today, our Independence Day. Well, the question, I think we have two issues raised there. First, on the issue of finance or how to fund an anti-corruption agency. And the second about leadership being appointed by the president and therefore subject to control of by the president. The first one, I think it is almost impossible for you to run away from government funding. It's a government agency. It has to be funded by government. So the question then is, how best can we address that? How best are we going to get results out of, if assuming that it is government that is funding the organization? Based on my experience when I was there at the EFCC, I realized that if there will be a chance for a first line direct funding that doesn't have to or should not go through the process, for example, of budgeting controlled by the parliament, and then also subject to the control of public servants, particularly civil servants, the ministries and so on, it will certainly help. Because the duty and responsibilities of corruption is to check everybody, including, of course, those who are supposed to be controlling the money. And you can't do anything without it. The time when I was forced to look for money outside, and I got generous support, especially from the European Union and other Western countries. And it helped greatly because probably 70% of all our capital, we literally got it outside. And that helped us really in getting things done and without going through the politicians, especially the parliamentarians and the civil servants. That is one. But what matters is, I think, it's about the leadership that is in charge. That is the person who is in charge of government. And that comes to the second part of the question about the president. There is no way for you to do any executive duty or responsibilities without the president. He is in charge. And he's the one who is elected. He's the one who Nigerians voted, and probably part of his own program is to fight corruption. So he's entitled to really control, direct it. It works sometimes when you quality person, an individual with integrity that will do the right thing. You can see the difference. But it's also unfortunate for a country when it turns out that you have a bad person who is in charge. It affects everything, including, of course, the anti-corruption work and duties. What I will probably guess, and I think probably it will help us a bit better, is if the control will just be the president and no one else under him. Let it not be the subject of control by another individual or person. Let it be the president. Let the agency report directly, and he takes only, orders from the president. All other people are also subject to the work of the commission or the authority. Somehow, if we are able to balance the two, probably there will be a chance that we may get it right.
All right. Okay. The second one I'll take is there is a school of thought that believes that corruption in this country is endemic. In other words, what they believe is that it's part and parcel of Nigeria. What three important things do you think needs to be done to curb institutional corruption in Nigeria? What three things do you think should be done to curb institutional corruption in Nigeria?
Okay, that probably will be just unique to Nigeria, but Nigeria have done fairly well in adopting most of what the world said is the best way and the best practice to fight corruption. We have, UN conventions, AU protocols, development agencies, advice. We have done most of them, and they are on ground. I think Nigeria, more than any country in Africa, probably even in developing countries, have done far, far ahead of all others. We still are far away from getting results that we always want to. So it will now be what is really that we as a country do better, even after taking everything best practice in fighting corruption. My take is about 2, 3 things. First and foremost, I think what matters most is leadership at the highest level. And it has to be in the way that quality people must get opportunity and chance for them to direct the affairs of our country. If we get a leader honest enough, with integrity, things will work. Without it, it will not. And we've seen it everywhere. Take, for example, even what is happening today in the US. Someone said about it earlier. Even if you have institutions, if you have processes, you have systems, when you get a leader that is not really doing right and not getting it proper, chances are nothing else will work. 2, I think in the case of Nigeria, I think it matters for us to pay attention to the justice sector. Ability for us to, first of all, clean the entire chain of justice. And what I mean by that is the whole process from judiciary, the law enforcement, the prisons and so on. We have to pay extra attention. We have to invest heavily. We have to clean it because it is the duty of such institutions and that will be able to do the rest of the work in cleaning up the society and get everybody to be on track. Law enforcement matters. Without it, it's not likely that you can get results in anything you are doing, including, of course, what we are talking about, our economic policies, our security, everything. So investing in the justice sector, the entire chain, matters a lot if we are going to get results. You will never get a clean and proper working Nigeria if, as long as you have a police force that is not working. That is just for an example. The third, of course, I would say, maybe invest in people more or better. Let it be, you have people who will have less incentive to be criminals or to do things improper and destroy the country. Today, if you see the way things are tough, difficult, so it is likely going to be more difficult for all those who are assigned with the responsibility of fighting corruption, because literally you are fighting everybody. People who take advantage of their positions do it simply because somehow the state is a bit tough for them, and helping to address the challenges, helping to address problems of certainly will help in addressing this problem we are talking about. And of course, working to bring unity in the country, less frictions, ability for us to be comfortable with one another helps a lot. Ability for us to live in a secured environment matters a lot. Ability for us to secure people and their businesses and in a way that others will come and do business with us matters a lot. Those are some of the things I think matters that now we are a little bit short of. Hopefully, as we continue, maybe we'll get to a point where those things that we have on ground will start working.
All right, final question I want to ask you, okay? The judicial process has been blamed by some as one of the key loopholes that is exploited by the elite to delay judgments for crimes they have committed. Do you think that we need special courts for financial crimes, or the current judicial process can be reviewed to assist the anti-corruption agencies to operate more effectively?
I personally am not for proliferation of agencies or creation of new things, because what we have, if we work hard to clean it up, can certainly also work and deliver. And based on experience, because I've been in this for a while, I've participated actively, especially in the 80s and 90s, in prosecution of cases in these special courts. Whether it's failed banks or armed robbery tribunals, miscellaneous offenses. At the end of the day, they all ended up coming to us. We wasted 2 decades of trying. At the end of the day, nothing. We had such special courts before. And somehow we did not address all those areas that we are talking about. Again, another point is that if you continue to say anytime you are going to have a big problem, you are going to create a special court, how many courts are you going to end up with? What is wrong in investing in the present courts that we have and make them work? Why are you going to get people who are going to come and be in charge of? You are going to take from the same judiciary the judges that are today doing. So it's a little bit difficult. I have seen also as example in other countries that have tried it. It somehow did not work very well. If we will invest in the courts that we have now, make sure that you have people of integrity, honest people who are going to be in charge, quality leadership, competent people. I can assure you it is certainly going to be good for not just fighting corruption, but all other issues. There is no end to, if you continue to say everything that you have as a challenge, you are going to create a special court. After all, in practical terms now, because we have a constitutional something in it, if you are going to create a special court, certainly that court is going to be below a high court, because it's going to be a creation of law, not a constitution. So you are creating a lower level, even that will be under the control and subject of. I've always been not too much, because I personally have suffered because of it. I spent 2 decades of prosecuting cases. I had convictions, many of them, and they all ended up thrown out in 1999 when we started this civilian experience, and it didn't work. It didn't work, and I don't think even if you create them now, and then you are going to create another bureaucracy. You are going to create another set of people who are going to. You are going to create another special people who are going to be up there, a judge of anti-corruption, and we know what that means. So I think we better look at it critically. Let's get those that we have now, invest in them, work hard, make sure that you fight it. It's not impossible. This country needs leaders, who will do the right thing, be fair and just, be competent, and they are there. It's not impossible. We've seen countries doing it. Take, for example, what Rwanda, in a short period of time, within two decades or less than 2 decades, they transformed the country. And it's exactly what we are talking about. Ability for us to get honest, quality, competent people with integrity to be in charge. And I can tell you, you can see wonders when you have such people in charge of our affairs.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for coming on and out of your busy schedule. Thank you so much. We'll go now to the panel, and then we will be back with Anne-Marie Slaughter, Mr. Jared Cohen, and then the Minister of Finance, Budget and Planning, and also Aruna Ote. All right, we'll be back.
Platform panel, and wow, it's been 8 powerful sessions back to back here at the platform, and I'm just going to let the panelists dive right in to speak to all of the sessions. Soja Akinyele joined us, so you're welcome to the platform panel. We can't go through all the sessions one by one, but we've had enlightening, informative, amazing conversations today. Let me start from Kemi. Kemi, what do you have to say?
Thank you very much, Tony. I mean, it's been an interesting few hours so far. It's almost as if you step away, you will miss a lot. So it's been a lot to take in, but a couple of things stood out for me. I'll talk about 2 speakers, Atedo Peterside and Professor Konya Ajayi. Mr. Peterside talked about a couple of things, but what stood out to me, the economics of private capital. 2 areas he touched on then, banking returns and how there is such a gap or dichotomy between banking returns and the performance of the economy, and being able to create easier access to financing for the basic Nigeria business so that we can see the growth that we see in the financial sector or on the books of banks reflect in the businesses that we manage in Nigeria. The second point, again, on the economics of private capital, we speak about how we have a large pension fund that should be used to develop certain areas of the economy, but in doing that, de-risking those investments, because the investments people refer to a lot, and he took the example of infrastructure, are very high-risk investments. The first loyalty of a pension fund is to the pensioners, is to the workers who have contributed this capital. So for me, that was a very important point to make, because it's become a really topical issue about how you have 10 trillion naira in pension funds which should be used for certain areas of the economy. He also spoke about, on that point, about when you talk about de-risking and creating a system such that if there are issues to be resolved, it can be resolved. If we look at the mortgage and housing market, for instance, which is another area that we talk about using pension funds for, there is no structured credit system in Nigeria. You still cannot find an individual who borrows a loan from a certain bank. Yes, things are being put in place, for example, the BVN, so that you can trace all creditors. But you want to be sure that the system that is working before you allow that access to pension funds. I think the last point I'll make on Atedo is where he spoke about us not really fully appreciating or using human capital. And he gave such a beautiful example about one of our own, Obinaya Abajue, who he hired at Stanbic Capital, Stanbic IBTC many years ago, and how Obi is a 20-year relationship today. That was something done on merit. He hired Obinaya out of merit, but today it's not that easy to get jobs on merit, and how we really need to fix that as a country in Nigeria.
Thank you for saying that. I know you said you wanted to talk on also Professor Koinsola Ajayi, but let's just go to someone else and we'll come back to you. So, Bola.
Well, Chidoka's session stood out for me. I think he shook the tables a little bit. And one of the things he mentioned, the first example he gave just showed that, you know, there's no Nigeria problem. There's a problem with us as a people. You know, the guy who tried to get a second term, even at the village level, you know. And speaking about, you know, the system is rigged, but when we look at it, people who have benefited from the institutions that were set up for national reconstruction and, you know, integration, people who went to federal government colleges, there's some things we should not accept from those people. Those same set of people now coming back to talk to us about ethnicity, about religion. For example, I went to KC, King's College. You had 4 people from each state in your set, and then you had 22 people on national merit. So you had people from all over the country who you were with. So there was no, it's not possible for someone in my set to come and be telling us on our WhatsApp group that he doesn't like people from a particular state. People will be like, Chief, what are you talking about here? Secondly, when you look at Dr. Kolade's session, speaking about corporate governance, and he was saying the systems need to be right, but you need to put the right people in place. So I think we need to imbibe that. When COVID-19 came, I mean, Lagos was the epicenter. You didn't hear that any money was embezzled for isolation centers to be built. Everybody made sure those centers were built. Why? There was nowhere to escape to. So because we all had a collective interest, the centers were built, they were functional. I spoke to someone who was in one of the centers. He told me, look, electricity here, the food here is very good, but we have general hospitals. How come those centers came up so fast and they worked so effectively? And hospitals that have been here before them were not that effective? Because everyone was involved. So as citizens, advocacy, we need to get more involved and hold our leaders more accountable.
Thank you for that. The power of collective responsibility. Exactly. And you told a powerful story as well in emphasizing that. Soji?
Thank you, Tori. And, you know, not to make it a King's College panel.
Please don't.
But I also went to King's College, and I think Emir Sanusi's, you know, points resonated the most. And we should just crown him Advocate General, you know, at this point, you know, for the girl child, and even just for the unity, you know, of the Nigerian state. You know, just taking that example again, and you find it a lot in sports. So, you know, the northerner, you know, wins the marathon. You know, somebody from the east, you know, in the inter-sport competition. So Ugu Chukudi will win the 100 meters, but Jethro from the north will win, you know, the 5,000 meters or things like that. And nobody wants to know where he's from. The point is that, look, you are in blue house, we're all together. You know, or you're in, you know, greenhouse, we're all together, and things like that. And so the unifying factors is what we should, you know, focus on, you know, more. And also, the Honorable Minister, Babatunde Fashola, you know, spoke about, you know, the infrastructure projects that are going on. And, you know, we don't hear this often. So perhaps it allows us to appreciate, you know, some of the work that government is doing. And I'd like to make that point and tie it to what Pastor Poju said at the beginning, where it's about not insulting the personality, you know, but understanding, and you can differ in ideology, in, you know, in doctrine or whatever methodology, but you should appreciate, you know, the person. And so even in this, you know, in these few conversations, we found Professor, you know, Bolaji Akinyemi, you know, countering a point from, you know, His Royal Highness Emir Sanusi. And you can appreciate, you know, the interplay of ideas, and just to know that, look, this is what brings Nigeria together. This is what unifies us, bringing the best to the table, you know, and making it work. I think one last point I want to mention is and it was said subtly, but I think people caught the second part of it, where Chief Chidoka said, organize yourselves to take it on. I know a lot of people heard the takeover part, but I want to emphasize the organize yourselves part, because that's really what it's about. And Minister Fashola spoke to that. That how many of you are paying close attention to your local government chairman, to your state governor, because those are the people that the federal is quite far away from you. The people that you really need to pay attention to are your House of Reps, your senators, and that's organize yourselves. And give the example of if you all contributed the 30 naira into a political party, and created something enough, a movement enough, to take on, a political, position or something. So that's the organization that we need to take over. So it's not the revolutionary takeover in the sense, or the, the bragado. It's really about organizing yourself in a way that you can actually engage at the table and, claim your rights, as Chief Chidoka said.
Fantastic. I want us to give almost like specific action points. So that there's a way you can listen to so many things, but not necessarily know what to do or the next practical step to take in order to actually be able to do something. So just quickly share your point. What will be an action point, a practical step that anyone watching this, whether it was human capital, the girl child, or like you said, don't allow yourself to be discriminated. There's so many points, but what would be like one action point that I can say, after this, you can think about doing this next? Let's start from you, Soji.
Okay, so I'll take 2 action points if you don't mind. The first really is in organizing yourself. Look out for some volunteer role. Even if it's in a political party or in a not-for-profit, look out for something that you can volunteer for, a cause that you believe in, and volunteer and give your best. That example came out with Chief Chidoka, who during his youth service was, a speechwriter for the SGF.
Powerful story.
A very powerful story. And there are stories like that. So look out for a cause that you believe in, and volunteer to it. It's better to volunteer first, so that way it doesn't come as if you're looking for the returns in the sense, but that you are giving it of yourself. And the second point is really to just appreciate, and as young people, I say this as young people, you need to appreciate healthy argument and healthy debates, and be able to be emotionally intelligent enough to, as we say, calm down and listen to the conversation. And engage intellectually. So it's very important. Don't go into bashing and insults on social media and all of that. It doesn't solve anything. You really have to organize intelligently, if you need to take over.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I think let's leverage more on technology. There's a lot you can do organizing ourselves using technology in the age we're in. I was watching the Edo elections, and I saw the command center of one of the parties. I was like, wow, they all had to do this because they wanted to win an election. So, the people who have 40,000 followers, on social media, the people who have 50,000 followers, great enough. You can be following you for your product, for all those, but let's try and use those followers for some good social causes also. So use them to organize ourselves, and before you know what's happening, you'll find out that you can become significant influencers in things that are positive for governance. So instead of just, going on those social media pages, post the pictures, they're good, post the baby pictures, post all that. But when it gets to nation building, let's leverage on technology, because that's what we have as the younger generation. Just like they spoke earlier, the older generation, they have the resources, they have more of the material resources. The younger generation, we have more of the technological resources. So let's leverage that to organize ourselves better.
Fantastic.
I'll kick off from the point that Professor Ajayi made. He talked about the importance of the citizenry and what is our responsibility to government. Ask not what the government will do for you or what the country will do for you, but what you can do. And the action point for me will be actually going to read Section 34, which I haven't read it. I don't know what my responsibilities are. I raise my hand up. So I will take on the responsibility to go understand it and also start a process of educating others on what it is about. What's our responsibility to society? He highlighted some, law and order, driving on the right side of the road, not disobeying traffic rules, paying your taxes, holding your representatives or honorables accountable. So what are our other responsibilities as stated by Section 34? Actually understanding that section of the Constitution, which speaks to our responsibilities as citizens.
Fantastic. Thank you all so much for sharing. And I'll just reiterate, volunteer, volunteer, volunteer. And I know that this is a generation that volunteering doesn't really sound nice because we're thinking, how does that put money in my pocket? But you never know the amount of opportunities that can come out from just stepping up to the plate, and especially if you have nothing to do, get something done. Organize yourself, very important. It's not revolution on the streets, but right now, intellectual, knowledgeable organization, very key. Leverage on technology, very, very important. After you post your baby's picture, use it intentionally and do it, something that would impact someone else very directly. And then Kemi talked about Section 34. And for me, that was going to be my action point, is really that we need a generation that is knowledgeable. We actually don't know a lot, but we talk a lot. That's actually who we are. But a generation that goes back into history, that really has knowledge. So when you bring something to the table, it's a cohesive, real, intellectual, solid argument, and not just we're shouting on the streets. But like we said, let's calm down. Let's calm down. We still have 5 more main sessions to go. And don't forget the breakout sessions, 16 breakout sessions. Pastor read all of them out earlier. You can go to insightsforliving.org/breakout sessions to register. They are only on Zoom. And right now, Pastor Poju has said the sessions will not be available after today. So just in case, we never know what the Lord can do. But if that is the case, then you really want to be a part of the breakout sessions, speaking to different sectors and different industries. One more time, www.insightsforliving.org/breakout sessions. The hashtag is #theplatformNG60. So you can also tweet, Instagram, Facebook, #theplatformNG60. We are going back to the main sessions. We still have 5 more speakers today. And Mary Slaughter, Jared Cohen, Pastor Tunde Bakare, Bishop Matthew Kuka. I've left out Arima Ote. Yes, I know, that's Kemi's. She's very passionate. So we still have a lot to do. If you're just joining us this talking about who we are as a nation, where we are today, where we are going to, where we are coming from, because Nigeria is great and must be made to be the greatness that it is. So right now we're going back to our main section.
We will get through this. We will get through the night. We will not faint. We will arise and we will win this fight. Though there are mountains, fear casts a shadow now. Yet we will stand with God on our side till we see a turnaround. Rise from defeat, rise from despair, rise, oh Nigeria, this is your finest hour. Of falling, and tears are in our eyes, but some standing on their watch are fighting to save the day. So roll up your sleeves now, it's time to join the fight. The world has changed, so now we must face a new tomorrow.
All right. Welcome back to the platform. And we have a very special guest, Mr. Jared Cohen. He's been with us physically, I think, twice, if I remember well. But he will be reaching us virtually today. He has a very interesting background, but this is how I will introduce him. Mr. Cohen is the New York Times best-selling author of 5 books. Also, he has been named to Times Magazine's 100 most influential people, foreign policy top 100 global thinkers, and Vanity Fair New Establishment. Welcome, Jared, back to the platform.
Thank you so much for having me back. I wish I was there in person, Pastor Pojo. You know, as we've spoken many times, that the energy that I get from the group that you bring together is very much worth the trip. Unfortunately, COVID has gotten in our way this year, but I promise to be back in person in the future. All right.
Before I get into the questions, let me just give you about 5 minutes, maybe just to give some overview right now on global geopolitics, what's going on, the movement as China, America, as it relates to Nigeria.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think that what we see playing out globally right now is a new kind of rivalry between democratic systems and authoritarian systems in the context of COVID-19. Before COVID-19, the ideological battle was a battle between the virtues of a closed system and the virtues of an open system. So in the context of business and tech and investment, China was making an argument that a closed and authoritarian system could produce a technological ecosystem that's as robust, if not more robust, than the American one. And by the way, that's largely proven. They've proven to not just be a rising power when it comes to technology. China has proven to be both a peer of the United States and in some cases have surpassed. So if you look at China today, they're producing 5 times the number of software engineers as America at the same level of quality. They're ahead of the United States in payments, e-commerce, voice recognition, 80% of the commercial drone market. They're about 60% of the AI research papers last year, top AI research papers last year came from China. We're about 50-50 in terms of mobile phone manufacturing. They got roughly 40% of venture capital money worldwide invested into China last year. So they're a serious technological player, and they've done it with a very different system. Now, the argument that we would make in a democratic society in the U.S. is we adhere to a set of rules and values that produce a very different type of technology without the backdoors and without the sort of compromises to privacy and so forth. So it's a battle between 2 technological powers in the world. I don't think it's a Cold War. I think the Cold War analogy is faulty because during the Cold War, the Soviet Union and the United States were not so integrated. But you have 2 technological powers that are offering something very different, right? So China is basically offering, something bigger and faster. The U.S. is offering something that takes a little bit longer, but in my opinion is more comprehensively better for the average user. This may change in the next 10 years. I think that the TikTok experience was a watershed moment because before TikTok, I would have said there's no American that will choose a social media platform made in China over a social media platform made in the United States, and that was true until TikTok. It turns out that they really like the product, and that has resulted in all the sort of complexity that you see today. So that was before COVID-19. In the era of COVID-19, something very different is happening, which is the authoritarian systems are able to respond to COVID-19 with a greater level of efficiency for all the reasons that we understand about a centralized system. Democracies are looking inward as opposed to multilaterally, and China is capitalizing on that situation to basically make an efficiency argument and shift the paradigm from open versus closed to efficient versus inefficient. And that has profound implications for technology.
All right. First question I'm going to ask you this, morning where you're afternoon here. Because of globalization and the economies of scale, products like rice from China and software from India can be made available more cheaply in Nigeria than made in Nigeria alternatives. How does a relatively young nation like Nigeria, in trying to wean itself off oil, finding areas to develop competitive advantage in, to what degree might closing our economy for a period of time hold the answer?
So the only reason to close your economy is if COVID-19 or something related mandates it from a public health perspective, but closing your economy is never an effective path to competitiveness. We benefit from integrating, right? Because you want to be part of the marketplace of ideas. You want to understand markets abroad, participate in markets abroad, have others invest in your country. You want to compete with foreign companies in your own country as well as abroad, because again, that competition fuels much greater innovation. But back to your question, Pastor Poju, I have always thought that Nigeria's greatest asset was not its oil, not its natural resources, but the extraordinary human capital that exists in that country. You have several things going for you. One, just the sheer size of the population. Two, the diversity of the population. Again, diversity is another great recipe for innovation. But three, I've been to Nigeria, I think 6 times in my life, maybe more, maybe 7, including once visiting the platform many years ago. I have never encountered, and I really mean this, I've never encountered a more entrepreneurial population in my entire life. I've never had more people come up to me pitching me a business idea, more people coming up to me pitching a new technology, more people asking me insightful questions. And by the way, when I say people pitching me a business idea, I don't mean it in an annoying way. These are like good business ideas. It's just a lot to take in at like 8 in the morning, every single day when you're there. But the ideas per capita in Nigeria are extraordinary. So I think that the best investment Nigeria can make is to ask itself the question, how did it end up with a population that is so disproportionately entrepreneurial? What were the ingredients that were responsible for that? How do we double down on it? And then ask the question, what is getting in the way of entrepreneurs in Nigeria being able to have their breakthrough moments? But continuing to invest in human capital is a much better strategy for Nigeria than closing its economy. And I would argue that the mixture of investing in human capital and keeping your economy open and flexible is the right recipe.
All right. Now, we invited you 60 years of Nigeria, and we want to have an international perspective on something. And particularly, this has to do with the global tech ecosystem. The Nigerian tech startups reportedly received $643 million last year, which we see as a ray of hope, but that's less than 0.5% of what US startups raised, less than 2% of what Indian startups raised, and less than 10% of what Israeli startups raised, even though Israel has 20 times fewer people than Nigeria. So Nigeria's startup ecosystem is still essentially investment starved. How critical, and that's the question, or this is the question, is capital in driving growth in a tech ecosystem, and how might we catalyze capital for our own ecosystem?
It's a great question, and of course, capital is extremely important, particularly that seed capital, where for a young entrepreneur with a great idea, that seed capital is the difference between whether they do it or whether they don't do it. So seed capital is very important. The good news is you don't need a lot of seed capital to start a business. Look, I think that there's a couple ways to attract more capital into Nigeria's technological ecosystem. The first is what I call the demonstration effect. Right? There's no reason Estonia, for instance, should get the kind of attention and investment in a country of 1.6 million people that it gets. Right? The reason Estonia gets the kind of attention that it gets is because they had Skype. Right? They had a big win that was very visible, that's known to everybody globally. With that came more investment. With that came more innovation. And then they used their small size to their advantage. So what I would say, small countries, in some cases, that they're able to do certain creative things, like play around with kind of flexible regulatory environments and so forth. Nigeria is not a small country, so you have to play to your strengths, which is you have a lot of people. You have English as a dominant language. You have high levels of human capital and talent, but you also have a very wealthy ecosystem of private sector people. They might be in the natural resources industry or the cement industry and whatever else. There has to be pressure on the part of those who have made it in Nigeria, who are still in the country as well as abroad, to want to invest in Nigeria's technological ecosystem. So that's the second, which is you have to rally those who have already been successful. This happens in the U.S. and Europe all the time, which is people have success in kind of very analog businesses, and then they kind of get a second win taking the money that they've made and investing it in tech, but they do it because they make money, right? So you have to find a way, and this gets back to the point about early wins. Nigeria has had plenty of wins, right? There's plenty of good things coming out of Nigeria. The key is to organize the successes and showcase those successes to the most successful members of the business community outside of tech. Third is continue putting pressure on the government for a flexible regulatory environment. Continue putting pressure on the government to reduce corruption. One of the biggest impediments to foreign investment in a country is a perception that it's hard to invest legally. So I overheard a little bit of the panel before. I know this is something that Nigeria is always working on, but continuing to on the policy front invest in reducing corruption, I think will be positively correlated with attracting more investment. And then Nigeria has a number of incubator models, which are very effective. I love the incubator model because what it does is it pools talent together and drives down startup costs. And the incubator model is a group of entrepreneurs, have a shared space. The incubator gets equity in their companies as a result, but they're then not incurring some of the initial startup costs. So I really encourage Nigeria to not just double down on the incubator model, but also experiment with some new models that maybe haven't been tried. And for any entrepreneur in Nigeria who's successful, think of yourself as a pioneer for the tech sector in your own country. If you are one of the early ones to be successful, you have a responsibility to stay engaged with Nigeria's technological ecosystem so that more entrepreneurs can follow you. So if you look at the story of the United States, right, Elon Musk, for instance, was successful with PayPal. Elon Musk didn't then, leave the United States and go elsewhere and invest elsewhere. Elon Musk, took his success from PayPal and invested back in Silicon Valley, and as a result, he has Tesla, he has SpaceX, and a number of other things. So you want a self-reinforcing technological ecosystem where success begets more success.
All right. Next one, I want to ask, given the increasing mobility of high-skilled labor globally, we are seeing in Nigeria young, brilliant professionals from developers to doctors relocating to nations like Canada, UK, Germany, and Australia in greater numbers. What is a talent strategy that you have seen work in circumstances similar to ours anywhere in the world? Have you seen anything in terms of talent strategy on how to tap into your talent?
So I think Nigeria has an advantage in this regard, because you have such a vast diaspora, and for most countries that diaspora is concentrated in 2 to 3 countries around the world. I mean, I've been to over 100 countries, and the one thing all those countries have in common is there's a lot of Nigerian citizens living in them. So think of that as an asset, right? Because what that means is those are kind of like, each member of the diaspora, particularly in the business community, has 2 potential roles that they can play. One role is they can be ambassadors and evangelists for the successful story of technology in Nigeria, and you want to enlist the diaspora. If they're already living abroad, some of them will come back, some of them won't come back, but if they're living abroad, make them part of the Nigeria story. So one strategy that works is making sure that the Nigerians who live abroad are equipped to tell that story, and can function as proper ambassadors and evangelists for what Nigeria has to offer in terms of technology and human capital. And then the second is all the Nigerians living abroad are plugged into other markets, right? So that has a kind of business intelligence value, for lack of a better way of putting it, right? They're seeing, they're living in Europe, they're living in other parts of Africa, they're living in the United States, they're living in Latin America, they're living in Asia, they're living in China, they're living in Australia and elsewhere. They're seeing innovation on the ground in different countries, and those insights can be fed back into Nigeria. But what you really want is, a member. The ideal scenario is somebody who's a member of the diaspora identifies a market gap in, name your European country or in the United States, and they feel incentivized to go fill that market gap by going back to Nigeria and building the company there. So why would they want to do that? Well, first of all, members of the diaspora, oftentimes feel a sense of patriotic duty. So, they're willing to embrace the lowest possible bar that doesn't get in the way of their livelihood. I find that members of the diaspora, they want to go back, they just need a reason to go back. So one reason to go back could be, that's where the capital is. So you could imagine creating a fund. To support members of the diaspora coming back to for members of the diaspora who want to build a company with international appeal. You could imagine a fund to give them, sort of seed rounds if they build their company in Nigeria with Nigerian employees. You could even imagine an incubator devoted entirely towards attracting the Nigerian diaspora back to Nigeria to build the company. And these don't just have to be companies that focus on things that Nigeria needs. There's no reason that a company in Nigeria can't build something that is solving a problem in Australia or solving a problem somewhere else. So I think a big part of reducing the brain drain and restoring the brains that have been lost to other countries is giving the entrepreneurs who are living abroad an opportunity to build something global, but in Nigeria. And they have to feel like they have a better opportunity to do it there. So again, access to capital, access to talent, flexible, regulatory environment, anything that gives them an edge, they'll come back to Nigeria. If it's easier to do in Nigeria, they will do it there. If it's harder to do in Nigeria, they want to build a successful business, so they're likely going to stay where they are.
All right, one more. As we look at some of the key challenges on the continent, in your opinion, what emerging technologies present the best opportunities for positive impact? That's in Africa. What steps can be taken by us to harness these opportunities?
So I'll give you 2 answers. I still think that payments is a sweet spot for the African continent, in part because I think this is organically what's happening anyway. There's so much need in terms of financial inclusion. The sort of digital infrastructure challenges that you have across the continent are not as much of an impediment. There's both high-end technology, medium-end technology, and low-end technology ways of doing payments, as you've seen from Kenya to Nigeria. And it's something that governments actually have some agency over, because so much of it is regulatory. And I think the real opportunity for sub-Saharan Africa in particular is, instead of having 54 or 55, countries that each have, 5 or 6, contained payment solution, I think the real opportunity for the continent is a sort of, trans-country, payment play that becomes the envy of the world. And I think that if there's one continent where I think this could happen at scale in a really remarkable way that would transform the lives of every single individual, I really think it's Africa. I've seen it. I've been to 42 countries on the continent. And I come away from every single country with the same conclusion, which is the people in this country are better equipped to think about payments, innovate around payments, and do something interesting with payments than they are in just about any other country, and really do it in a way that matters and serves the consumer. In Nigeria, I'd be remiss if I didn't go back to the language point, because I think this is really important. So much of the future of AI is driven by who has the best data, how well that data is annotated, but it all comes down to training data sets. And given the size of the Nigerian population, again, English as a dominant language, the talent of the people, there is a huge opportunity in Nigeria to be the continent's leader in artificial intelligence, and also a leader in the world in artificial intelligence. So make sure that the investment at the education level in training for types of software engineers that specialize in machine learning is happening. Make sure that you look at the rest of the world and how it's been grappling with AI and get ahead of some of the challenges, so that Nigeria can learn from the mistakes of other countries. So those are two examples of where I think the continent can really seize the moment, and Nigeria in particular can really seize the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Jerry Cohen. Thank you so much for the time you spent with us today. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you. I enjoyed it.
All right, then. All right. Our next speaker is Aruna Ote. All right. Aruna Ote was the treasurer and vice president of the World Bank from 2015 to 2018. She also served as Director General of Securities and Exchange Commission. In this position, she was responsible for regulation of Nigeria's capital markets, including the Nigeria Stock Exchange. She has held various positions in Treasury, corporate finance, teaching, and research over the course of her career. She holds a Master's of Business Administration from Harvard University, first-class honors Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science from the University of Nigeria. In recognition of her contributions to the economic development and to transforming Nigeria's capital market, she was awarded the Officer of the Order of the Niger and the National Honor. She was recently named one of Africa's 50 most influential African women by Forbes Africa in March 2020. So we welcome you, Aruna Ote, to the platform. And I've been trying to get you for 4 years. Finally, you are here.
Thank you, Pastor Poju. I wished you weren't going to say that, but one of the leadership qualities you have is perseverance. And thanks to Zoom and you, I'm able to join from Oxford. I want to use this platform to say a happy Independence Day to you, to all your viewers on the platform, and to all my brothers and sisters, Nigerians. I must start, Pastor Poju, by commending you and your team for what I consider has been sacrifices to enable Nigeria realize its potential through its many initiatives, but particularly through the platform, which I understand you started 13 years ago. Well done. Thank you also for the opportunity that you've given me to share my reflections on, as we commemorate 60 years of our nation. What I would like to do is share with you my perspectives and my reflections of Nigeria 60 years on. So I have a slide deck, which I would like you to permit me to use to share these reflections. So the first one for me is, what do I consider my perception of our nation today, of where we are? And the phrase that comes to mind is abundant poverty. Why do I say that phrase comes to mind? We've had efforts that have been made, but we have to be honest with ourselves that we have a lot of low rankings, that we are carrying last, even though as Nigerians, we say Nigerians know they carry last. Whether it's the World Economic Forum Competitiveness Index for 2019, whether it's the Corruption Perception Index that has been mentioned previously. But some of our human capital outcomes are ones that make me weep. We have 90 million Nigerians that live on less than what I can spend on coffee here at Oxford, on less than $1 a day. None of our universities today, and I'm a proud Nigerian who went to a Nigerian university, is amongst the top 100 universities in the world. 31% of Nigerians don't have access to clean water. 58% of Nigerians don't have access to sanitation services. Despite our efforts on power, despite having solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, 80 million Nigerians don't have access to grid electricity. Security issues have been talked about. We should not have a nation that has a problem with security. It's a fundamental issue that we must tackle first. Our governance is weak. Our politics is killing us, permit me to say. Our execution is weak. We have a poor implementation track record. Our states are physically weak, and our local government areas. We have many inefficient agencies, despite the best efforts of everyone. Many of our services are poor. We have very poor public financial management. We have a policy environment, a legal environment, a regulatory environment that's difficult. But for me, the biggest challenge, and Jared Cohen mentioned it, is corruption. The last few months have been salacious revelations. And for me, who's sitting outside, I haven't seen what's been done concretely. Oxfam estimates that from 1960 to 2005, Nigerian public office holders stole $21 trillion from the Nigerian treasury. And $21 trillion for me is significant because that is the GDP of the United States, the wealthiest nation in the world. I have reports that Nigerian lawmakers have some of the highest paid in the world. In fact, from what I hear, one person's monthly salary can pay 475 Nigerians minimum 30,000 naira. Yet many state governments don't pay that minimum wage and owe many of their workers minimums of salaries. Similarly, I hear that Nigeria is spending 4 billion naira for some of our former governors and deputy governors. Yet many Nigerians have died because they've been owed their pensions. We have a landscape dotted with elephant and unfinished projects which run into trillions. This is challenging because we have a global crisis. The IMF estimates that our GDP will contract by more than 5%. Our debt service is huge and averages over 60%. And in the first quarter of 2020, it took almost all of our government revenues. Our unemployment rate is still very high and it's expected to be more than a third of our population. But our country is great. I have not lost hope. And I have not lost hope because this is a nation of abundant wealth. I'd like to just share a few pictures to demonstrate that. And I like this picture very much because it covers all of the nooks and corners of Nigeria. Nigeria is endowed with diverse agricultural produce, as this map shows. and we can feed ourselves, we can feed West Africa, we can feed the rest of the world with what we do in agriculture. Similarly, we're endowed with solid minerals located in all parts of the nation. We need the political will to end illegal, or a more politically correct word, artisanal mining, and make sure that those germs that people see in specialized roadshows around the world, that those germs are ones that are creating wealth for the nation and for Nigeria. That they're not because people are stealing bits of it, because we have not put together what we need to put together in terms of a framework to enjoy the wealth that belongs to Nigeria, God bequeathed Nigeria. For me, though, the most important, as I've always said when I've had the opportunity to speak, is Nigerians. I believe Nigerians are the greatest people, are some of the greatest people on earth, and there's 206 million of us today. By 2050, we will be the third most populous nation in the world. And as Derek Cohen said, it is a large market, so we can play to that strength. And we can also play to the strength that Nigerians are hardworking, we're enterprising, we're resilient inside and outside of Nigeria. How do we do that? Nigeria has to work for all of us. We must empower the youth. 80% of Nigerians are younger than 40, but that is not reflected in the things that we do. Youth are the backbone of a nation that wants to claim the future. So we must do things that enable our youth to excel. Women make up almost 50% of our population. We must make sure that women have the same opportunity so that we can enjoy gender parity, because we can add more than $200 billion to our GDP just by empowering women. Women have shown in many countries that when they're in leadership position in politics, in business, that they outperform. And if we empower women, we can tackle poverty much more than we're doing today. Now, how do we claim that path? I like this picture because I don't know if everyone on this program has watched Black Panther. Black Panther is a movie that talks about an African nation, Wakanda. That is the nation that we should aspire to be. So let me talk about my own ideas about that path to my Wakanda, Nigeria. Many of the speakers who came before me have talked about what we need to do in infrastructure, what we're doing, what we need to do in politics, what we're doing, and many other areas. But I want to start with our values. We have to go back to those days when I was young, where the society ostracized people who did wrong and celebrated people who did right. So we must focus on integrity. We must focus on discipline. We must have empathy and love for each other, respect, transparency, accountability, and leadership at all levels. Leadership starting in the home. I'd like to share a few thoughts on 3 areas: finance, on education, on technology, and in fact, Jericho made some of those points. I believe on finance that we must empower every Nigerian to be financially literate. We must make sure that we're mobilizing domestic resources, institutional and retail. We must have an ecosystem that matches the enterprising nature of Nigerians. Venture capital must flourish. We must have patient, medium to long-term capital. We must have risk management products. We must have vibrant markets. That's how you protect your financial system. Whether it's the banking sector, other credit markets, insurance markets, capital markets, they must have the depth, the breadth, and the level of sophistication that matches our nation, Nigeria. We must have innovative products, particularly for infrastructure, for small and medium-scale enterprises. Nigeria can flourish. We should not have a nation where Nigeria has flourished, people have flourished in spite of the odds that Nigeria bequeaths us. The government must do its part in fiscal, monetary policies, and legal and regulatory regimes. And I would like to make a plug for more privatization. We need to list some of the commercially viable entities on the Nigerian Stock Exchange so that they can enjoy the sunshine of governance that comes from when you're listed, but also so that more Nigerians can participate in the wealth. And the Nigerian liquefied natural gas project is an example of an exemplary institution that's been run in the public sector, which can be listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and many of the subsidiaries of some of the government agencies like NNPC. I believe education must be treated as a human right, and all children, poor and rich, should have equal access to the best education. We need to focus on science, technology, engineering, and maths. We need to focus on entrepreneurial skills. We need to make sure that our curriculum is bringing out people that can work in those great banks, those great telecom companies, companies like Main One, companies like Flutterwave. I mean, when Jared Cohen mentioned payment systems, I thought Flutterwave is doing a great job. It has a partnership with Ant Financials, but Ant Financials today gives 600 million SMEs in China loans, and it's not worrying about whether they'll default on that credit because it has systems that make sure that it's able to monitor that. So a first-class education is key to building world-class institutions. And we must use education in the way many Asian countries did. And the example that I'd like to cite is that today, our GDP per capita is almost 30 times less than that of Singapore, which is $65,000. We need to take that path on education. Jared has already talked a lot about technology. I have been open about the fact that digital literacy is something that we must arm ourselves with. When you see what happens in China, where the far-flung rural areas are buying things via e-commerce platforms, it's in their local languages, then it shows that there is much more that we can do. Technology is a driver of development. It fosters innovation, growth, and equality if used rightly. And for me, we have an example in our nation. 20 years ago, Pastor Poju, we had 700,000 cellular phones or telephone line connections. Today, we have 200 million connections and still counting. And a lot of that was the liberalization of that sector. But what I want to say is that we should have a vision of arming everybody with a mobile phone. Because in my mobile phone, I have a bank, I have a university, I have a hospital. Because we should have that mindset that every Nigerian counts, whether you're in the rural area or you're in the urban area. We must, talk about artificial intelligence. We must be at the cutting edge of this technology. I've seen what our technology entrepreneurs have done in Nigeria. So big data, blockchain, artificial intelligence, machine learning, we should be at the forefront of it. That is a nation. That is who we are. We never carry last. Finally, I want to say that we must focus and care for Nigeria, all of us Nigerians, both literally and metaphorically. And metaphorically, I have tried to use Nigeria as an acronym for N stands for that sense of urgency. The globe has a crisis of health crisis and economic crisis. We have a political crisis. We have a national crisis. So we should have a sense of urgency. And not the leadership of the country, all of us. I've talked about integrity, I for integrity. Let me talk about growth. We should shift from the sharing culture to having a growth mindset. And when I say a growth mindset, I see that the Honorable Minister of Finance is on the line. They should not just be waiting every month so that she can make miracles and give them money. They should stay in the state and be growing the pie so that we can benefit from the work that God has given us. We need to focus on excellence. We need to put our best foot forward. A friend of mine always said to me, I'm not going to have my brother who's not a pilot a plane. I want the best pilot to pilot a plane. We need to focus on execution. I know what to go through, Pastor Poju, to deal with the platform. We need to restore and rebuild our nation. We need to focus on innovation. The climate change industry provides us a $60 billion economy that we can tap into. But most importantly, Pastor Poju, all of us need to be part of this Nigeria, my Wakanda. All of us are guilty. We should not just blame government. We should not blame other ethnic groups. We should ask ourselves, what are you doing? All hands on deck. Nigeria also must work for everybody. Rural, urban, public, private sector. Young, old, men, women. I'm sure that the thoughts that we've all shared today, if we together say, what will we do differently as a result of this platform, that we can make Nigeria, my Wakanda, a reality and not just a movie. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Take about 2 questions. Can you hear me, Aruna?
Yes, I can.
All right then. First of all,
you want to ask me 2 questions? Yes.
All right. The first question is going to be on public service. You chose to leave your international role at the Africa Development Bank to join the Securities and Exchange Commission as DG for 5 years. Looking back, how difficult was the task of leading a vital institution in the creation and preservation of wealth in Nigeria? And what is your take on what it will take to get the right, that's experienced and reputable persons, into our politics and public service to derive better and proper outcomes for the long-term success of this country?
Pastor Podge, that sounds like 3 questions. So I'll start with your first one. The first one was why did I leave my role as a senior person in an international agency to come back home? First, it's a privilege to serve our nation. Second, it is a privilege to be able to impact society. And in public sector, we always are able to impact society much more than we can imagine. Third, and you asked more specifically about the challenges or the issues around leading the kind of organization that I had the privilege of leading, the Securities and Exchange Commission, Nigeria. Absolutely, first of all, a recognition that it is an important entity. And so being humbled by the importance of the work that my colleagues and I were given. Second, it was post-crisis. So one of the things for me that was important is making sure that all stakeholders were on the journey with us. But people understand when they've lost money. So it was post-financial crisis, people had put their savings into the Nigerian stock market and they lost their savings. And so when we embarked on our rescue mission, which we turning Nigerian capital markets into world class, everybody was along with us in that journey. I'll pause here to see whether I've answered your 2 questions, your 2-part 1 question, or your 3-part 1 question.
So the third one is, what will it take to get right, experienced, reputable people into our politics from public service, all right, from the corporate scene? You came from ADB into...
Yeah, and I'd been in the private sector at the beginning of my career. Yeah. I think that first you need people who have a mindset of service, and I've seen a number of people make that transition. And so what it takes is, first of all, how people perceive how people succeeded if they came from the private sector or from international organizations into government. So the fact that they felt that those people were successful at what they embarked on. Secondly, that people supported them to succeed. But what would it take as an individual? I would suggest that people need to, first of all, be people who care for the nation. They need to be people of integrity. And as I said in the presentation I made, we need to put our best foot forward. We need to have the best people. Brazil, Japan, a lot of them have the most difficult exams that you take to join public service. So we should make sure that it is our best that go into public service. We should also support those who are in public service so that it's not a place where people who survive because they can take bribes and accept bribes, that those ones survive more than the people who are of integrity. So there's work to be done by the state, there's work to be done by the individual, there's work to be done by society in supporting people who really care and are most qualified for public service.
All right. I'll take this last one on capital. Extreme poverty is generally eliminated by improving the overall well-being of the country, which is really a long way of saying creating wealth in a nation. There was a time that the capital markets in Nigeria were exciting and retail investors participated in equity markets and understood to a limited extent what it meant to own a piece of company and grow wealth. How and what, so there's the question, how and what will it take to harvest local capacity to create wealth versus the constant dependence on FDIs as a source of investment capital?
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Fantastic.
Very well.
Sorry, because on my side it was saying that my audio wasn't working. First and foremost, it's an absolutely important question because what paid for my education was actually the stock market. My parents invested in the stock market, but also, I would also say that the reason I'm a finance person is that my father made me read annual reports of companies he and my mother had invested in from when I was age 8 at the dining table. So I'm someone who's benefited from what you've just described. But what will it take? It's really an ecosystem that starts with financing options that foster entrepreneurs. I'd mentioned the fact that we need to have capital that is patient. We need to make sure that Nigeria is the preferred destination for investors, whether you're a foreign investor or a local investor. The government needs to play its role. Market participants need to create relevant products. We will not be able to create wealth if we do not have products that will ensure that retail investors can invest, that institutional investors can also invest. Issuers of companies need to prepare themselves. Investors must be knowledgeable. Finally, I just want to make the point, because I'm often asked about international investors versus domestic investors. Money doesn't have any preference in terms of destination. Money will stay in Nigeria, will not stay in Nigeria because it likes Nigeria. It will stay in Nigeria because it feels that it is safe to invest in Nigeria. Not even Nigerians invest in Nigeria because they love Nigeria. So we must get things right. Must get the macroeconomics right. We must get the governance issues right. I mean, hearing Jared, say that people should not have to invest illegally. We should address those issues that concern investors, and they concern domestic and international investors. But we must have an ecosystem approach. Everything counts in creating a nation that is leveraged. We're already wealthy. We just need to realize that wealth and make sure that Nigerians can share that wealth.
Thank you very much, Aruna. Thank you so much for taking out time from your busy schedule to be with us at the platform. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be the Honorable Minister for Finance, Budget, and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed. She was appointed by President Buhari and brought the two ministries under her as one. Mrs. Ahmed previously served as Executive Secretary and National Coordinator of the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. An accountant by training, she has extensive experience in the public sector reform and management. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for coming in from the platform. I understand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. And I'd like to say happy 60th anniversary to all Nigerians. I'm privileged to be at the Eagle Square to watch the beautiful parade celebrating our 60th independence. Happy independence anniversary, everyone.
All right. All right, our first question will be this. Given the fact that revenues and not GDP is used to pay debts, Nigerians are concerned about the debt profile of the federal government. Very high ways and means of financing by the CBN to government and the debt service costs. Now, you may have a different feeling and opinion or thoughts concerning this statement. Or how concerned are you about the finances of the country, and what are the key adjustments that we need to make as a country if oil prices stay at $40 to $45 for the next few years?
Well, thank you very much. Permit me to step back a bit and just say that when I started working as the Minister of Finance, I very quickly realized that the biggest challenge that we have in the fiscal space is our very low revenue base. So we set up a program that we rolled out that we titled the Strategic Revenue Growth Initiative. So that initiative was designed to grow our revenue, the existing revenue streams, also find new revenue sources and bring them into fold. We also set out under this initiative to increase revenue, block leakages, and expand the tax base, and also started working on reforming our tax system. This reform process now culminated into the Finance Act 2019, which was brought into law in January 2020. This specific act was used to amend 7 different fiscal laws that we have that had gaps in them that were allowing for leakages. But not only that, we also used the opportunity of the finance bill to reduce taxes for some segments of businesses in Nigeria. For example, we have a provision now for zero company income tax for small businesses that have turnover of less than 25%. And then we reduce taxes for medium-sized businesses that have turnover of up to 100 million. Permit me, my sister Uma, we call 100 million medium-sized here. But we thought it was important to reduce taxes so that these companies retain income in their businesses, grow the businesses, and employ jobs. And this is something we did before the outbreak of the COVID-19. So it turned out for us to be fortuitous, because that is what countries had to do when we had the crisis. We also used the opportunity to increase VAT from 5% to 7.5%. Before the COVID-19 crisis, we have been growing steadily, slow growth, but we have been growing, and the trajectory was all positive. Now we are witnessing slowdown in growth. What we're doing currently is we've taken a number of measures, which include reviewing our plans, revising our budgets, and scaling everything down, moving spending from non-essential expenditure to essential expenditure, especially to enable us cope better with the health crisis that is in our country. But going forward, what we are doing is adopting a counter-cyclical measure. We have had to borrow to stimulate the economy, to make sure that there are enough resources for government to be able to continue to run the business. We borrow at low interest rate, responsible borrowing, to make sure that government stays afloat. And also, as our economy recovers, our projection is early to mid-2021 that the growth will rebound. We're targeting that we need to grow our GDP to 7% over 4 to 5 years. We're also working to grow our tax base so at the end of 2019, our tax to GDP ratio was 8%. Now it has slowed down, is as low as 6% from our assessment. But our trajectory our plan has been to grow a tax to GDP ratio to 15%. And this we must do over the next 4 to 5 years. So it's not a question of whether we can do it, because it means actually tripling our revenues. But how do we do it? That's what we're working with now at the federal level and along with the states. And also, we're also working to make sure that our economy is truly diversified away from government over-dependence in revenue. Don't get me wrong, we have a diversified economy as it is, Oil contributes 9% of our GDP, so the rest is non-oil. But government still has this dependence on oil revenues, and that is something that we are working to change. So to come back to respond to your question, we are doing everything that we can to make sure that our country is self-sufficient, especially in the area of food security. And I must say that we have achieved some progress in that regard, because if we didn't have self-sufficiency in food security, when there was the lockdown and there was no movement of goods in and out of the country, we'll have had very, very significant problems. Because we were able to grow what to eat, the situation was not as bad as it would have been.
All right.
Am I still being heard? Okay. Yeah.
Okay. The second question is, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown the efficiency and cost savings that organizations can derive from working remotely. So the question is, what expenditure savings, e.g. travel costs, ESTA codes, should Nigerians expect to see in the 2021 budget, with government agencies leveraging on digital collaboration and messaging forum platforms? We will see that.
The COVID-19 is an unfortunate reality to the whole world, not just to Nigeria. But it also presented to us some opportunities, which we very quickly took advantage of. One of those opportunities was the removal of the fuel price, and which was quickly now followed by the relaxation of the control of electricity tariff. What we are doing is to ensure that the reforms that we have had to put in place because of COVID-19 are sustained. We have seen practically that you can do a lot virtually, that you can do a lot without having to travel from town A to town B. We saw a lot of savings during this lockdown period. And we also noted that despite the fact that the workforce was larger workforce was asked to stay at home, that the work of government did not stop, that everything was still working on very well. So about 60% of the government workforce are below a certain level that were asked to stay at home, but nothing actually suffered. The work still went on. So it also shows us that we can be sufficient with working virtually, and also that we can even get more done. We have had to do a lot of spending in providing connectivity and also in investing in ICT platforms, not only for meetings, but also for day-to-day operations. In my ministry, for example, I'll just give you an example. We have a process where we give tax waivers or import duty waivers. And this is a process that would see a company applying, sending a lot of bulky documents. Turnover time was like 3 months. But with this automation that we have just put in place that is called the IDEC platform, you can actually get this done in 2 to 3 days. So it saves us a lot of resources, and also it's also good for the businesses because they can now move forward very quickly.
All right. Next question is, we have been hearing of diversification of the economy since the return to democratic rule in 1999. What specific milestones in numerical terms has this government achieved since 2015, and what are the annual sectoral targets you want to be measured on from 2020 to 2022?
Okay, we put together the Nigeria Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, the ERGP, in 2016. In the ERGP, we had 5 key execution priorities. The first one was agriculture and food security. And in that thematic, in that key priority, we had set to ourselves that we would be self-sufficient in rice production by the year 2018, in maize production by the year 2019, and in wheat production by the year 2020. So we have been able to achieve the first two. We're still lagging behind in terms of wheat production. Going forward, we have to become self-sufficient in wheat production. We have also set target to attain 25 megawatts of electricity in the country over the next 3 years to increase the power availability within the country. We've set targets to roll out a number of key rail infrastructure that are crisscrossing the country. So these are projects that have already started. We have the Lagos-Ibadan completed. We also are extending from Ibadan to Kano. There is another rail that will start from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri. There is also one that was just approved that is across the northeast to the northwestern part of the country, and a fourth one connecting the southern regions. It is important for us to have these major rail fronts. They will now have spurs to major cities of the country. The importance of the rail is to facilitate the movement of maybe food produce from farms to market, but also movement of goods all across the country. It will reduce the cost of doing business in Nigeria. It will ease the cost of transportation for citizens, and it will enhance businesses. We're also investing largely in rail infrastructure and enabling businesses to come in to invest alongside government in rail infrastructure. We passed an executive court order that is called Order number 007 that allows a company to invest in building a road that is agreed with the government, and then using their funds and then recover their investment over a period of time from tax credit. That is a unique program that is ongoing. So the Apapa Road is built by Dangote under the tax credit scheme. The Bonibodo Road around the south is also being built. We have 19 roads, and we have another 25 that will be coming under this stream. The states have found it useful, and investors also that have benefits for building the roads, but also want to invest in the roads are signing up to the scheme.
All right, final question I want to ask you. You are Minister of Finance, you're Minister of Budget and Planning. Technically, or not even technically, you are the Minister of the Economy. Now, so what I want to ask is this. What are the three things that keep you awake at night right now?
Three things. Number one is revenue. Again, I would say number two is revenue, and number three is revenue. But alongside those three, leakages that we have been trying to plug, and also enhancing the cohesion of our people, especially within the revenue ecosystem. We found that people were working in silos, that we had invested in IT systems that are still sitting in silos, and it became difficult trying to collaborate and bringing it all together. We now have a process where on a monthly basis, we sit down and reconcile our revenues and tally up the numbers. And we're now working on interfacing all the IT systems so that we can see revenue performance on real-time or near real-time basis. And also we're building the skills of our people so that they are able to work more closely together. Because in working together, you actually are able to do more, rather than in having agencies sitting on their own and only coming once a month to report to fact, like my sister said.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming on the platform. I will wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pastor, for inviting me. I appreciate it.
All right, our next speaker will be Bishop Matthew Cooker.
And it's my turn now. I'll call you.
Do we have Bishop on? My Bishop, how are you this afternoon?
I'm very good, Bojo. And how are you?
I've been calling and calling. You almost made me panic. I didn't hear from you today, send text messages until they told me you had already logged in. So my heart came back to rest. All right.
I'm sure you knew I wouldn't be late.
All right. Bishop Kuka is the current bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto. He has vast years of experience working within the church, in the academia, and as a respected statesman in Nigeria. He is a PhD holder from the University of London School of Oriental and African Studies in 1990. He is also a senior Rhodes Fellow at Oxford University. As a statesman, he served notably as a member of the Human Rights Violation Investigation Commission, the Federal Government of Nigeria, and the chairman of the Ogoni Shell Reconciliation Committee. And his discourse this afternoon will be how patriotism became a devalued currency in Nigeria. So I'll turn it over to you, Bishop.
You got me a bit confused because you've set up a Q&A session, so I've had to put my notes aside. But and I think perhaps we can progress on that note by me just making some preliminary observations. And I think that they're not essentially different from what you have heard. And let me commend you and commend everybody who has spoken so eloquently and so passionately. But I don't think that we can shy away from the collective feeling of helplessness at how much we have achieved and how little, let me put it that way, we have achieved based on what we consider to be our potential and our capacity. Clearly, I think every speaker has identified the reasons for our slowdown, and they're tied to some of the things that my brother, the Emir of Kano, was saying. And all the, this theme has run across, a lot of the conversations. Also, what Honorable, Osita was saying, namely our inability or unwillingness to really define where we are going. Are we in a democracy? Are we practicing a feudal system? Is it a plutocracy? We just have a total mixture of everything. But clearly, beyond just going through the cycles of elections and electoral processes, I think that even the most optimistic of Nigerians must concede that we are nowhere near coming to terms with the fine ingredients of democracy, which are largely and occasionally quite intangible. But these relate to how citizens feel about their presence, in the country, how citizens feel about the nature of the capacity of the state to respond to their yearnings, how citizens feel about the nature of the playing field, and whether the goalposts are set in a way and manner that they can actually achieve their ultimate best. Clearly, as I said, beyond just the processes of going through cycles of elections, we have a very serious problem with recruitment methods. How do people get into public life? The points have been made, and I think that the first mistake we tend to make is to assume that these identities don't matter. The truth of the matter is that they do matter, and we can't run away from them. Identities matter, and clearly the responsibility of the state is not to deny this reality, because we often hear Nigerians pretend by saying rather hypocritically, oh, it doesn't matter where they come from as long as they perform. Ordinarily, people think it matters, and they think it matters largely because the state itself has created that platform. The responsibility of the state, if we have an aggregate of laws that are applicable to everybody across the board, the first thing is that you will not stop people from aspiring to be what they want to be. I.e., what is wrong with me saying tomorrow I would like to buy an aeroplane? The only concern for you would be, where am I going to get the money from? But to make that aspiration in itself, there's nothing wrong with it. But when you have a country where, as I said, we are only nominally practicing democracy, and the reward system is skewed in a way and manner that office holders demonstrate very clearly that it matters. If you go to the villa today, and I've been to the villa a few times in the last 20 or more years, you know that in the villa in Nigeria, you can always tell, and you see people changing their attire. You can, if you go to the villa today and you're wearing a agbada and babariga, it helps. You speak Hausa, it helps. Even if you don't, you have to learn, because that's the cultural dynamics of the environment. If it was a few years ago, if you wore a Niger Delta appearance because President Jonathan was there, you'll see that the people who would walk with a swagger have been defined by that environment. And if it was Obasanjo, it helped if you spoke Yoruba. So the fact of the matter is that we cannot deceive ourselves. First of all, these cultural identities are not necessarily a negation of who we are. But because we don't have an overarching constitution that can compel citizens to act in a common way, this is why we are a nation of competing citizenships and competing identities. Up till today, the average Nigerian will probably give you the impression that, well, if you make a law, it depends on what my religion says. If you make a law, it depends on what my culture will accept. And I don't think that we have seen this in the way and manner that it has now come to the fore in the last 5 or so years. And citizens will respond and have this consciousness about who they are, depending on the reward system of the state. Now, as you can see, increasingly, different security outfits were set up by communities. Out of helplessness or hopelessness, the state has been compelled to co-opt all these, security agencies into the mainstream security architecture. This is coming with consequences. Citizens across the board are struggling to find out how they can protect themselves. Because, this is the only country where, for example, and I think Osita spoke to this issue very finely, you can get a first-class degree, and I have 1 or 2 young men, who have come up with fantastic reward, fantastic degrees, petroleum engineering, any other angle, of the oil industry. But can they come anywhere near NNPC where they believe that their paper qualification qualifies them to contribute to Nigeria? It's not going to happen. Increasingly, the bureaucracy is defining itself in that way and manner. And there's no time in our history that this consciousness has hit us as a result of government policies as we have today. And the evidence is there, the facts are there, that this government has been operating in total violation of the provisions of the Constitution as they relate, for example, to the federal character principle, which in this way was never really a bad thing. It's become clear to us in Nigeria that almost every part of the country can produce the kind of manpower that you expect. But when you have a government clearly pursuing policies that favor particular genders, favor particular people based on certain identities, naturally ordinary citizens become very conscious of themselves, even if they weren't thinking in that way. So if you enter a classroom, for example, and you are a Yoruba man or you are a Tiv man, and the first young man who greets you, he greets you in vernacular, and you respond with a smile, and somebody else greets you, and you barely respond. Gradually, people begin to get the impression that if they want to catch your attention, they must speak the way you speak. So I make the point, that patriotism has become a devalued currency precisely because the Nigerian state itself has just not had the capacity, to take advantage of the enormous energy that we have in this country. This is a country where who is going to be president tomorrow? We don't know. And it's not hard work that will make you president. Who's going to be governor of Nigeria of this, that, or the other state tomorrow? We don't know, because it's not your hard work that will make you governor. Now, if you have this system where, we don't know what the rewards will be, it's like buying a ticket and going to a football match. You enter the stadium and you suddenly realize there are players, but there are no goalposts. everybody will either go home because we have no football to play, because without goalposts there can be no game. So the point I'm making is that increasingly, and I've had a lot of friends over the last years who have been visibly patriotic, ready to defend government, but no sooner are they thrown out of government than they become critics of government. So by way of opening up the conversation, it is to say that right now, government policies have forced citizens to become very conscious of who they are. And I don't want to single out particular issues, so that I don't sound personal. But how did we come to a point, for example, in which, as I said, in the same country, in Nigeria, if you remember in the life of the 7th Assembly, yes, I think it's the 7th Assembly, when, I think you had a situation where Senator David Mark was the Senate President, and then what's her name? Patricia Ete was the Speaker, and then Jonathan was President. And there was a move in the National Assembly, and that move had nothing to do with. There was a dubious group that called itself Integrity Group, but they had anything but integrity. The person they targeted to get out of her position was Patricia Ete. And what was the real reason? Finally, it became clear to everybody, was that Patricia Ete had to go because people didn't think that, why will a president be a Christian, and the Senate President is a Christian, and the Speaker is a Christian? And to make matters worse, let me put it that way, she's a woman. Now, of course, Patricia Ete was eased out. My good friend Bankole became Speaker with impeccable credentials, but that's not the point. Now, Bankole became Speaker not because he was the most qualified, but because he had all the credentials. But the only thing that qualified him for the position was that he was Muslim, because the Muslims felt that the dice was skewed against them, in the sense that the president is a Christian, the Senate President is a Christian, and then the Speaker is a Christian. And don't forget, at the end of the life of that National Assembly, the same members of the House of Assembly decided on their own to say at their final sitting that Patricia Ete had not committed any crime, but that she had been a lamb of sacrifice. And the evidence is there for everybody to see. Now, how did we come to a situation as the one we have today, in which the president is a Muslim, the Senate President is a Muslim, the Speaker is a Muslim, the majority leader is you can run the entire system. And you ask yourself, why would you do this and then pretend that religion doesn't matter? Ordinary citizens may have lived with this because they felt religion didn't matter. But when you twist the card in another way, you create an identity consciousness that probably was not there before. So this is why, moving forward, this country must become a little bit, we are the receiving end. Because patriotism is not a commodity of exchange. It's not something that you simply assume you can measure. You can measure patriotism. But unless we have clearly defined goals, that if you do this, this is what you're going to get, and that if you get a first class, this country must, even if it doesn't give you a job, it must recognize that you have excelled. That if you have a country where we claim to be in a democracy, but we are literally at best managing a feudal system with a skewed reward system that focuses on blood, on lineage, you have no claims to be a democracy. So when you look at the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Section 14 in Chapter 2, and you ask yourself, the Constitution says eloquently, very clearly, the composition of any arm of government, of people who serve in government, must reflect the federal character. Reflecting federal character, many people have tended to make it look as if, it is evidence that you are lowering the standards. And so that's really not the issue. It is, in my view, reflecting the federal character is simply another way of saying we are looking at ourselves in a mirror. And reflecting that federal character, we have skewed it to include region and religion. But it also includes what the Emir of Kano was saying. Are there men and women with disability who are part of our community in Nigeria? Where are they? There are many young people in Nigeria. Where are they? There are women making massive contribution. Where are they? Now, federal character is meant to say that we look at ourselves in the mirror, we can recognize ourselves, celebrate our diversity, because the table is big enough to take everybody. But when you don't have that, and you put all the apples in one cart, naturally, you cannot lay claim. to violating the Constitution and still insisting that we're in a democracy. So clearly, perhaps I need to begin to round up here. It is to say that this president, in my view, in the last few years, has made it very difficult for us to celebrate diversity. Very, very difficult. And I think that unless even the worst hypocrite in Nigeria will concede that a reward system that is so skewed, whether it's in favor of men or women or Christians or Muslims or whatever, is unacceptable. Because when it was time to vote, all of us went out to vote. We made a contribution. We expected certain outcomes. And the reason why electoral processes, Dr. Kolade was making the point, why can you not just vote and go home? You cannot just go and vote and go home because the political elite, the reward system has been created and skewed in a way and manner that voting and going home is almost the same as it's a matter of life and death. Because the government is showing you very clearly that, of course, President Buhari said, in was it 2011, he said, okay, you vote, you stay, you protect your vote. The question is, what do we mean by protecting your vote? But the point is, our elections will continue to be violent because people get a feeling that if your man is not in, if your woman is not in, you don't have a chance. So today, there are many communities, they have a road simply because they happen to have the right person in power. They have a school in their village simply because they have the right person in power. They are likely to get this, that, or the other reward simply because they have their people in power. Now, if you take my state, Kaduna, for example, and you ask yourself, with all the with all the eminently qualified people in Southern Kaduna, we don't have a single person, who is serving as a minister or holding any federal position. Now, when you have a system of business, you have to ask yourself, did I fail an exam? Are we a conquered people? Yet, if you are in a democracy and if you are in a system that husbands resources on behalf of communities, you must make people. That's why the Constitution talks about creating a sense of belonging. And so you can correlate violence in Nigeria with the realities that we are constantly facing every day. So for me, these are some of the issues, and that's why I said democracy has become a divine currency in Nigeria, precisely because the governments, successive governments, but even more so now, has created an identity consciousness that is dangerous to national unity, is dangerous for national stability, and is going to make the next election and the successive governments very difficult because is the next president of Nigeria going to make sure that all the security chiefs are from, are Christians? Is the next president of Nigeria going to empty people out of customs, out of NNPC, and out of all these other places? So if we don't have a system where when you have passed an examination, you will not appreciate why you have failed the examination. So for me, these are the issues. I think we all love our country. You go back, and I've gone back and read several the speech delivered by our beloved Prime Minister. And you hear what the Prime Minister was saying in 1960. The international community stood shoulder to shoulder. You read the speech, you can see in YouTube, the visit of our Prime Minister to the United States of America and how he was received. You can see all the promises. On the 5th of December, 1960, Time magazine decided to make Tafawa Balewa, a man of the year, showing very clearly that the rest of the world wanted to lift up Nigeria so Nigeria can occupy her leadership position. Increasingly, our capacity to manage ourselves is diminishing by the day. Citizens' commitment to building a nation is diminishing by the day. The integrity and legitimacy of the state and its willingness to protect citizens is coming increasingly under question. So it is that without an aggregate of interest, that people seeing a reflection of themselves in what the nation, pretends to represent, you are not going to have people going in the same direction. And gradually, you are going to face whether voter violence or voter apathy, because all these things, unless you create a situation in which ordinary citizens feel, we will never arrive at the finishing post at the same time. It's not possible. But a system must be of such a nature that it rewards you according to your competence and your capacity. The number of, we are talking about billions of dollars coming into Nigeria, by way of remittances. These are Nigerians who should be here helping to develop this country. A friend of mine with 2 children who have got really fantastic education. I was talking to the children the other day in New York, and I said, look, when are you guys going to come home? And they said to me, they said, Bishop, we are not coming home because we don't have any senator in our family, because we don't have a chance. And so you have a situation where the best brain, the guarantee of the future, our youth have become resentful, not because they don't love the country, but because the country has not shown them any evidence that it takes them sufficiently seriously. So for me, as I said, we need to very quickly reset the template. You know, if we are to take our place after 60 years of independence, still unable to provide our people water, we don't have food, we don't have light, we don't have security, 60 years after independence. It's a tough call, and I've prayed for Nigeria this morning, but I know that I speak for millions of other Nigerians. I am not a happy Nigerian, but I'm a very hopeful Nigerian.
Thank you, Bishop. Where do you think that we went off the rails in this country? Where did we digress? Because it wasn't like this in this. Where do you think what happened?
It wasn't like this before, but look, the first thing to say is that military rule did not help matters. It helped to destroy the foundations of the democratic ideals that were set, you know, in 1960. And if you are to return to the scene of the crime, you have to go back to January 16, whatever may be your sentiments, right or wrong. The fact of the matter is that that singular act of intervention destroyed the foundation of our democracy. It whetted the appetite of the military, took them out of their constitutionally defined roles, and threw them into politics. And the next thing was we had years and years and years of democracy being in suspended animation, and then oil was discovered, and then suddenly the appetite and the gargantuan greed of the military showed us coups and counter coups. And then gradually states creation, local government creation, became exercised in appeasement of particular political elite. Today you hear people tell you, oh, I am the one who got this, that, or the other state. Or people tell you, I'm the one who got this, that, or the other local government area. We know very well, local government councils were given out to some members of the Supreme Military Council, literally as a donation, as a gift. The result is that unnecessary fault lines were created. So yesterday's minority became today's majority, replicating the same contradictions of conflict, domination, and so on and so forth. And increasingly, we had a very severe, deficient leadership with the mental capacity and reflexes to be able to think about the future. You know, when you look at the histories of nations, this nation building is not something you can, that is just based on a good heart. It's not even about, you may have integrity, but can you read the roadmap? Do you have an idea about where we are going, where you're taking your people to? So this lack of, even if you don't have, you can have unless you are sufficiently elastic. And this is where nepotism kills us. Because you don't open up the system in a way, a manner that people with competing narratives can find a seat at the table. So where things began to go wrong was the way the military itself, by killing democracy and diminishing the rule of law and glorifying the rule of God. Increasingly, it was difficult for the military to find the right moral voice, to condemn armed robbery, for example, because if an armed robber took they set up military tribunals, but in reality, they ought to have been the ones, facing the tribunals, because if you are asking somebody to be tried because he stole with a gun, you came to power with a barrel of a gun. So increasingly, and I think that a lot of this is still in our politics today. This is why you find the politicians themselves have not developed enough reflex to be able to accept outcomes. Because with this military logic, you are either in or you are out. So if you ask where did it begin to go wrong, increasingly by the 70s and the early 80s, we see the military gradually denigrating intellectualism. We see the military suspending and terrorizing and intimidating the university community to the point that thinking became a problem for Nigeria. And no nation in the world has ever grown without a robust intellectual culture. So this is why, if you ask where did it begin to go wrong, this is where it began to go wrong, because processes for electing leaders were no longer clear. And when we talk about the Asian tigers, you can correlate all this with the way that leaders were chosen. You cannot think about Singapore, for example, or even South Korea, without coming to terms with the nature of the intellectual equipment that these people had and brought to bear. Lee Kuan Yew talks very clearly about how seriously he took the civil service. Which kind of people ended up in the civil service? Because one of the most important institutions in any country is the quality of the civil service, because it is the conveyor belt for offering services and so on and so forth. But which kind of people have ended up in our bureaucracy? Which kind of people have ended up in the military? Which kind of people have ended up in the security services? Which kind of people have ended up in the, when you ask these questions, you realize that if we have not invested in the right places, and I think this is what Nigeria's history suggests, we shouldn't be surprised at the outcomes that we have had. So again, as I said, democracy offers us an opportunity. But once we begin to imbibe the principles of democracy, and we're grateful to God that we've had 5 back-to-back elections, this is definitely the way to go. There's no alternative to democracy. But the political class in Nigeria must make must make politics a vocation with nobility, must make public service something to be taken sufficiently seriously, not the kind of skewed and criminal reward system that it has become today. And I think your speakers, including those who have served in government, have come to terms with those realities.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much, sir, for contributing.
Thank you for delaying my lunch.
Yes, sir.
Happy independence to you and everybody. God bless Nigeria.
All right, sir. Okay, please do not forget, we will be, because many people have said, we should take this beyond a conversation. We have gone beyond that. We have strategic sessions which will kick off shortly, and this covers various areas of our national life. You get into that, we should not be played in public space. These are strategic sessions, and people will develop plans of actions, all right, or action plans going forward in terms of, so you can go to our website, insightsforliving.org/breakout sessions. Quickly do that now and register for the one that has to do with that which you are doing. And from there, action plans will take off. All right. Where we're going to do this now is that we have 2 more people, Pastor Tunde Bakare and Anne-Marie Slaughter. Anne-Marie Slaughter, I will introduce her. She's an American international lawyer, a foreign policy analyst, and a political scientist and public commentator. Currently, Anne-Marie Slaughter is the CEO of New America, a think tank, action tank, dedicated to renewing the promise of America, bringing people closer to its nation's highest ideals. And so, some of these skills she brings to this. She's also a Bert G. Kester 1966 University Professor Emeritus of Politics and International Affairs at Princeton University. From 2009 to 2011, she served as Director of Policy Planning for the United States Department of State, the first woman ever to hold that position. Upon leaving the State Department, she received the Secretary's Distinguished Service Award for her work leading on diplomacy development review, as well as meritorious service awards from the U.S. Aid and Supreme Allied Commander for Europe. Prior to her government service, Dr. Slaughter was the Dean of Princeton University's School of Public and International Affairs. She's a professor of international foreign and comparative law at the Harvard Law. She was at Harvard Law School from 1994 to 2002. So we'll be going straight into the session, first with Pastor Tunde Bakare, and then immediately after that with Anne-Marie Slaughter.
Tunde Bakare, thank you so much for accepting our invitation to be here.
My ultimate pleasure.
All right, so we just want to ask a couple of questions concerning the nation. We're celebrating 60 years of our independence. And so we want to know your own perspective on issues. Well, the first thing I want to ask is, as an examiner scoring Nigerian nation on its performance at 60 years, relative to her potential, what score will you assign Nigeria and why?
Well, it's obvious that Nigeria is below par. If you compare potentials with performance, far apart. The expectation of our founding fathers and the citizens at that time, because I was old enough to be in school, young, but the atmosphere was charged in such a way that, you know, something has changed in respect of our country. And if you compare our performance with the nations that began this journey with us, nations like Singapore, I'm not going to go too far, like Malaysia, like even Indonesia and South Korea, they've left us behind. We are still in the woods. We are yet to come out. But we thank God that we are still a nation. And we trust God that as we dialogue this afternoon and others bring their ideas to the table, those who are leading us will begin to put the best of us in strategic positions to move our nation forward. No nation anywhere can survive or embark on predictable progress with mediocres in charge. Until right becomes might, and might is no longer right, we remain in the woods forever.
Okay, since you asked that, let me just ask you this. All these nations that we talk about that select right people into leadership, they do not practice federal character. So would you say that we should just take the best of people, or we take the best of people from everywhere?
There is no state in Nigeria, and there is no ethnic nationality in Nigeria that you don't have the cream de la cream, those who are fit. If I'm going to go to my constituency, which is primarily the church, if we are the salt of the earth and the light of the world, how involved have we been? If the whole earth is groaning, waiting for the manifestation of the sons of God, so that the bondage of corruption can be broken, where are the sons of God in strategic positions that will make the difference? It's not that federal character is not our problem, just as population is not our problem. China is more populous than we are, and they used to be very poor. India is more populated than we are, so it's not population, neither is it federal character, because the principle of federal character is to ensure that no part of the nation, region, or ethnic nationality is marginalized. So why don't you take the best in every place and bring them together? I know a little bit about UK, United Kingdom, that their policy formulators are taken from Oxford and Cambridge. They will get their best brains and bring them into civil service. But we get our own dropouts and put them in our civil service, majorly, and you want us to climb Mount Everest. It's not going to happen. So, it's not population, it's not federal character. It's what we are making that federal, how we translate or interpret our federal character. That's the problem. I've met brilliant people from northern part of the country. I've met from the eastern part of the country. Extremely brilliant, very productive people. I said it somewhere, Pastor Poju, that I'm not sure, and I'm not limiting the Almighty. I hope this will not be seen as blasphemy. I'm not sure that the Bible contemplates Nigerian leadership, because the Bible says when the blind leads the blind, they all end up in the ditch. But we're in a nation where the blind leads the seeing. That's our problem.
All right. Your State of Nations speech this time last year focused almost exclusively on security in Nigeria, suggesting that
you considered it to be the top national priority at the time. Why so, and how has this changed given all that has happened with healthcare and economy since then? Has that changed, or security still a problem?
Well, the present government, led by President Muhammadu Buhari, announced 3 critical things as their focus or their agenda. Officers or his service chiefs that have overstayed, more or less, their welcome. In the minds of our nation, will suggest to me that probably these are the only hands left and the best hands that can handle things, and the other officers are probably not fit for the position, because there's a time slot for a service chief to remain as at the head of affairs. These ones had overstayed. The whole nation is crying. There must be something behind it that we don't know. And except the president explains, some of us bloody civilians don't know Jack.
All right, sir. Let me ask this. What 3 things will you say are required to fix Nigeria in the shortest possible time, and how can they be addressed? Now, we do understand there's no silver bullet, but what things will be catalysts for rapid progress in this country?
Again, I will go back to my constituency, that if you look at our country today, there are different cries, hues, and groaning. The jobless, the poor are groaning. Prices are increasing. To maintain a decent lifestyle is very difficult in Nigeria. Then the separatists, IPOB, wants the Igbos out of Nigeria. And some of the Yoruba leaders and their followers who have been talking of restructuring have also changed gear into Duduwa Republic. The ones in the South are saying, hey, you are killing the goose that lays the golden egg. You get oil from us, give us something commensurate, regardless of what increase they have received in the past. They are asking for resource control, as in true federalism. So how do you fix this nation? Now, I think we put the cart before the horse. And whenever you put the cart before the horse, there is motion, but it's backwards. We need to put the horse before the cart. We need urgently national redemption. Until that takes place, we are just wasting our time. And I'm speaking to the platform belongs to everyone. Anyone with any other religious persuasion can come. But Israel did not make it until Israel was redeemed. And there are plethora of scriptures that shows you there's something about redemption. If Abraham was redeemed, if Isaac was redeemed, if Jacob was redeemed, something happened on the inside of them that fixed their moral compass. I'm trying to say until we can go back. I expect Mr. President to emphasize integrity, honesty in the State of the Nation broadcast. I expect that. I expect our governors to say so. But you know, children don't do what you say, they do what you do. If we don't fix our moral compass, we are going nowhere. There is character deficiency, absolute character deficiency in Nigeria. If I'm your brother or your, I don't know who is older, maybe I am, and I suddenly join government, and in 5 years I've built 10 houses, you'll be rejoicing with me and say, don't forget me. But you will not ask me a question, how do I come by this? Put all the generals in Nigeria who joined the army at a tender age and became generals and retired, and put all their salaries and remuneration for the period they were in the army together, and multiply by 100 and put it side by side with what they possess and what they control today. You will know that something is gone wrong. Our moral compass is critical. And then you will say, okay, let us sit down and introspect. Like Jesus asked the group that said, I go out fishing. Peter, James, and John are all on the boat. He said, children, have you any meat? He's asked, is he working? Is he working with me? Without me? They would labor on that. How many slogans are we going to embrace? I remember a professor, I can't remember his name now, that was in charge of Mamre or Mams. I can't remember this. Mamsa. All kinds of slogans. I remember Dora Akili. We've done all those things, but this thing is inside. Until the inner man is fixed. And that's why my broadcast to the nation on October 1 this year is pathway to national redemption. This country must be redeemed, and it takes redeemed people to make that happen. I'm talking of those blood-bought, blood-washed. We should be nation builders. Those among you shall raise a foundation of many generations. Not destroy it, not break it down, but raise it. You go and say, what exactly happened? The founding fathers we celebrate today, majority of them were not nationalists, as it were. Ahmadu Bello, Northern People's Congress. Obafemi Awolowo Action Group, yes, they had sports or activities in other parts, but it's majorly a Yoruba party. And the amalgamation of 1914, you don't amalgam people. That's a welding thing. It's like taking a welding machine and they can't weld them together. They had their different ways. So if we say, oh, the foundation, something is wrong. If the foundation be destroyed, the next question, what can the righteous do? And he said, the Lord is in his temple. Go back to the foundation he laid and see how it was laid. If we were doing well in the golden era of the regions, and this is where we are today, that we have 36 parastatals called states that are anemic, that can't pay salaries, and we do not see that something is wrong with us. Moral compass, number one. Number two, we have sat together in 2014, and if they want to do another one, it's welcome. What are the issues facing Nigeria? All these things have been tabled and lined out, and this is the way to go. But the next administration came and said, I'll keep this in KIV. Have you noticed that governance in Nigeria has not been continual? So there's a lot of waste. Thank God for President Buhari that majority of the things that President Jonathan started is now being completed. Otherwise, They vote budget for a particular project, they do it halfway, they abandon it, everybody goes. I saw University of Nigeria, Nsukka, that the likes, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe labored with others to build. I see what it has become. Everything that our fathers built is like a generation came after and said, let's destroy it. We are not adding value. So we need introspection. How do we fix our moral compass? It's said, whether it's philosophically sound or not, that the fish starts smelling from the head. If those in power would demonstrate selflessness, if teachers in school would teach like those who taught us in our own days, they say their remuneration or their reward is in heaven. If they are not selling paper and exploiting young ladies in order to score, look, it's plethora of problems that we have. But when a tree falls on a tree, you start removing it from the top. Because if you carry it from the bottom, you break your back. So let's fix our moral compass. And a nation that wants to make it in the 21st century will prioritize education of the citizens. Our human capital, I don't know if you have employed graduates recently. They hardly can put words on paper that you can read. They've learned, we learned shorthand typing at a point in time. They learn WhatsApp message. Everything is pum, 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 pum. And they're so distracted, but they say we are oh, it's a fraud. You're not creative. You can't function that way. You multitask, but you do not do something properly. Our standard of education has fallen completely. We can't compete with the world because all the things we need, like mathematics, like science, that will keep us on the cutting edge of national development, is not there. I understand that even in courts now, they don't argue cases anymore. That was the joy of our heart when I was called to the bar some 40 years ago. That was the joy of our heart. You want to cross swords at the bar, but now just write your brief and drop it there. You can hire anybody to do that for you. We have become a lazy nation. What's my definition of laziness? A man who hunts but cannot roast. We have oil, we can refine. We have gold, we don't know what to do with it. So we ship our oil abroad, they refine it for us, and then they send it back at a higher price, and we pay. It's called subsidy, it's called all kinds of nonsense that has ruined our educational system. Look at our healthcare. It would take healthy citizens to raise a healthy nation, just as it would take strong men to build a strong nation. I can go on forever, but I think right now the most important is our moral compass.
Okay, finally, people are asking, the civil liberty groups, Save Nigeria, why are they not fighting right now?
I'm going to reply that at the end of October. Look, I am not an activist. Neither am I a social commentator. Those who are asking me to march again, who is holding their legs? God gave me a revelation on the 23rd of December 2009 and repeated the same thing more or less on 2nd of January 2010. And I called a few men into my house, relayed the vision that I had seen, and told them to bring civil society organization leaders to Sheraton on the 7th of January. We paid for Pili Pili restaurant. They gave us the banquet hall. I relayed the vision and the dreams that I saw to them. And I said, we must not let me just hint it so that people know we are not rabble-rousers. We are not running a hopeless race. I didn't say I'm going to march throughout my life and be marching the streets. I did what I did because God instructed me to do so. And if He has not instructed me, then I become a professional agitator. In the first dream, I was coming to Nigeria for Christmas. I had a dream. I saw conjoined twins The left and the right side of the heads were joined together. They both wore baseball cap. On the other side of their hair that was unusually long, and they spoke at the same time. Don't separate us, you separate us with that. As a pastor, I came back to the church. I said, let's start praying for pregnant women so that they will not have abnormal children. End of story. 2nd January, during a New Year gathering, we were fasting and praying, seeking the face of the Lord. Then I saw 2 young girls. If the young men were teenagers, this would be like age 8 and 10. The younger ones, no, the older ones suffered renal failure. And the younger one said, I will not let my sister die, I will give my kidney. And they rolled both of them into the theater. I could see it just like yesterday. I didn't see them return, but the surgeon came with blood-stained gloves being removed, and he said, the surgery is successful. As I came out of that vision, the Lord said to me, the north and south of Nigeria, don't separate them. If you separate them, both will die. God has a reason for putting this together. It was that vision that I narrated at Sheraton that led to Save Nigeria Group. And we marched the streets of Abuja, we marched the streets for Jonathan that I'd never met. I'd never met President Jonathan. It wasn't sponsored by any politician. And God rescued our nation from the hijackers who had hijacked power at that time. A doctrine of necessity came. Eventually, the President Goodluck Jonathan became acting president, and when Yar'Adua passed on the 5th of May, that same year, 2010, he became the full president. Disaster was averted. And it was after that President Jonathan invited Save Nigeria Group. Majority of those who marched with me, I met for the first time. It was at Sheraton that I saw Femi Falana for the first time in my life. Professor Wole Soyinka that joined hands with us on that field that day, came to the field that day. I met him for the first time that day that we joined hands together. Majority of those marching the streets in Abuja were Christians. From Family Worship Center, from Jos, all our network pastors brought their people. The equipment on the field that day was from a church. And now they are saying, oh, you went to Ojota to campaign against subsidy. I did not campaign against subsidy. I campaigned against oppression of the poor. Don't kill Nigerians, kill corruption. Because we knew that the subsidy being paid was going to private pockets. Nothing was being subsidized for the benefit of the poor. And the president climbed down after we did the Ojota campaign, and we became friends again. Is there anywhere it is written in the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria, or in the Bible, or in the Quran, that whenever there is crisis in Nigeria, it's Bakari alone that must march? My job is not to be voice to the voiceless. Our job is to restore voice to the voiceless. And guess what? A people that will not fight for themselves, will not lift a finger for themselves, let them sort themselves out too. So others who are saying, we are Save Nigeria Group, start your own. When it is time to move and God tells us to move, we as obedient servants will move. But we don't do these things just to impress people. No.
Thank you very much, sir, for this time.
My pleasure.
I believe your message has been well communicated to Nigerians. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Platform Nigeria. I am so pleased to be back with you, and particularly to celebrate and to honor Nigeria's 60th anniversary. I'm going to talk to you about leadership, individual leadership, organizational leadership, and global leadership for the next 60 years. I have some slides which I would like to share with you. So give me a second while I share my screen. Let us start with a definition of leadership. This is is my favorite definition. It's from Nanurul Cohen, who was the president of Wellesley College and Duke University, both in the United States, and is a political theorist who has thought deeply about leadership. And her definition is that leaders determine or clarify goals for a group of individuals and bring together the energies of the members of that group to accomplish those goals. What I love about this definition is that she doesn't make any mention of title, of being the prime minister or the CEO or the chief. Indeed, she doesn't talk about being at the head of an organization or a group at all. This definition could apply to any member of any group who, in a particular situation, is the person who determines or clarifies the goals of that group and then brings together the energies so that of group members so that they in fact accomplish the goals. So it is a very broad definition, and it is also, I think, a horizontal definition, and I will come back to both of those points. So now I want to talk about what leaders actually do, because to say that a leader determines or clarifies the goals of a group actually hides many more specific actions if you think about being a leader. How do you determine those goals? How do you clarify those goals? Well, the first thing you do, of course, is you make decisions. If the leader is talking to the members of that group, as if I were talking to all of you, I would ask you for your opinions. We would like all those opinions to coincide or to agree, but of course they typically do not. And at some point, the leader has to say something like, well, I think I hear that most people want to take this course of action. So you have to make the decision, even if you know everyone does not agree with it. You have to devise and implement a strategy. So you can certainly mobilize the energies of the group, but how are they going to actually accomplish that goal? You are the one who has to devise the strategy with input and make sure people implement it. You have to compromise. When you are thinking about what that goal is and you are making that decision, it may well not be the goal that you particularly want. It may be a compromise among others. You have to listen to proposals or petitions from others. Now, this sounds like a traditional tribal chief or a king where people come and they ask you for things and you have to say yes or no or make a decision. So this is something that is, I think, more traditionally how we think about leadership. You absolutely have to adjudicate conflict. The leader is often the judge. And I always tell people that if you want everyone to like you, you are not ready to be a leader, because you will have to make decisions and some people will be disappointed because of those decisions. You have to assemble resources and to deploy incentives. That means that you're the one who provides the money or gives somebody the ability to hire someone. Or, of course, if you are the head of a country, you are the one to decide how you are going to tax your people or raise the funds. And certainly then you have to create the incentives for people to join in the strategy that they've agreed on. This one's particularly important. You have to give voice to vision. Some leaders are better at the visionary side of leadership, the inspirational side. I am somebody who likes to think of the big picture and to inspire people and energize them. Other leaders are much better at being very, very detailed and getting the job done. But at some point, a leader, again, whether a leader in a group, in an organization, or the leader of a country, or indeed the leader of the United Nations, has to actually give voice to a larger vision, one that gives people meaning, purpose, and hope. And a good leader has to know when to ask for counsel, something that is often hard for leaders to realize and took me a number of years to ask others and really listen to what they say, And then, of course, also to issue statements in difficult situations where you want to take the counsel of many people, you want to make that decision and issue a statement. And finally, you have to be able to take a stand. You have to decide something, you have to stand on your decision, you have to be fully prepared for many people not to like what you've decided, to oppose you. You want to be civil, but you want to stand on your principles or your decision. So that's a subset, but a pretty complete set of the actions that leaders take when they are, in fact, doing the determining or clarifying the goals of a group and mobilizing the energies of that group to accomplish those goals. So now I want to talk about how leaders lead. And I want to start with positions of power. Where are you when you do all those things that we just talked about that are necessary for a leader to do? So you might think about your organization or your country or your family as a ladder. And if you are a leader in an organization that is like a ladder, then you have to lead from the top. Being in the center of the ladder means you have someone above you and someone below you, and you are not in a position then to lead. So you can think about any organization as a ladder, and then you have to get to the top. And we indeed talk about climbing the ladder of your career. But you can also think about your relationships with the people around you in an organization, a family, a country, much more as a web, much flatter, much more horizontal, where you are connected to a lot of other people, but the way you are connected is not one above you and one below you, but you are all networked together. To exercise power in a web, you have to be at the center. So there is no top. And indeed, the top of a ladder, if you put the ladder down, would be the outside of the web. And the center of the web, which is the position of power, would be the middle of the ladder. So they're very different ways of thinking about power and thinking about organizations. Depending on where you are as you think about your position from which you lead, you do different things. So here we come to styles of leadership, but really modes of leadership. Again, remember our basic definition. You determine or clarify the goals of a group of people, and you mobilize the energies of the individuals in that group to accomplish those goals. So the first question you should ask yourself as a leader, and the first question you should ask when you are being led, when you are evaluating a leader, is do you do those things, the determining and clarifying of goals and mobilizing? Do you do those things by telling people or asking people? If you do those things by telling people what to do, which is typically how you do it if you are in a hierarchy, you're the top of the ladder, you have power over all those people, you typically lead through command and control. You tell them what to do. You are able to control what they do by holding them accountable. If you're in an organization, you fire them if they didn't do something. If you are in a country, you're running a country the same way. If you are a country acting with other countries and they don't do what you want, you punish them in some way. So that's command and control. And that way of leading is telling. But you can equally determine or clarify the goals of a group of individuals by asking them the right kinds of questions, by listening to their answers, and then by stating a consensus. Now you're still deciding, you are still exercising power. This is not a simply let's all talk and we never reach a decision. You're the leader. You have to decide and decide on the strategy and resolve conflict, all those things. But you're doing it from the center of the web. So when you are leading from the center, you don't have power over people. You have power with people through the ways you are connected. And you can exercise that power by connecting someone on one side of the web to another side of the web, by deciding who should be connected and for what purpose. And then you can catalyze action. So because you are connected to everyone, you can take a smaller group of the people in the web and connect them, and then give them the idea and the resources to actually take action. So command and control versus connect and catalyze, telling people versus asking people. This is also, this style of leadership is directly connected to the type of power you have. So command and control, the power that comes from being at the top of a ladder, that's old power. That's the traditional way we've thought about power. Indeed, power is making somebody do something they otherwise don't want to. But when we're talking about power in the web, the power of connecting and catalyzing, that is a form of new power. And I recommend this book, New Power, and I'll describe the difference between these kinds of power. So old power, this is in their words, works like a currency. It is held by a few people. So think about money that is finite and you hold it and by a few people. Once you have it, you guard it jealously. It is closed, inaccessible, and leader-driven. It downloads and it captures. So it is a very tightly held power. New power operates not like a currency, but like a current. So think about an electrical current. It is made by many people, not held by a few, but made by many. It is open, it is participatory, it is peer-driven. You upload ideas and you distribute them, so you don't download something and hold it. You upload it. If you think about the way the internet works, you spread it. The goal of new power is not to hoard it, but to channel it. So again, if you're sitting at the center of that web, you want to channel who's getting connected and how and who gets the information they need. But the idea is power with others. So obviously, if you think about social movements, that is power with. So depending what kind of power you have and depending where you are, in fact, you are exercising that power, from which position you are exercising that power, you will lead differently. You will lead through command and control or through, again, connecting and catalyzing. So that's a way of thinking about leadership that applies to anyone, anywhere, anytime. You can ask yourself, are you the person who is going to clarify or determine goals for a group of people, who's going to mobilize the energies of that group to achieve those goals, who will be taking all those different actions we talked about, and who will be doing that in a vertical way from the top of the ladder or in a horizontal way from the center of the web. And I will say we are living in a very horizontal time. Lots of traditional hierarchies are falling down. People like me who run organizations with many young people in those organizations are continually surprised by how much they want to participate in making decisions for the organization, how much they reject traditional hierarchies. And people who are used to being able to publish on a blog or to send out what they think on social media, all of the traditional gatekeepers, the ways power was closed and hoarded, those ways have been exploded often by the internet. So we are in a more horizontal world, and leading from the center is often necessary. But I want to talk a little bit about what that means globally. And I want you to think about Nigeria and then Africa as being in the world. And there are two ways of thinking about the world. One is the chessboard and one is the web. This is an example of the chessboard. This is a picture of the United Nations Security Council where you have the 5 permanent members. We're looking here at the ambassador for the United States and the ambassador for Russia. That is the world of the chessboard. It is the world of lots of countries, little squares, little flags, and they all play games of strategy with one another. That's the traditional way we think about the world. The world of the web looks like this. You might also take a picture of the internet, and it would be a world of the web. It is a world of infinite connections, very densely concentrated in some parts of the world, less concentrated in other parts of the world. But it's a web world, a world of networks, and you have to lead very differently in that world. If you are leading, and now let's think if you are the leader of a country or the leader of a business or a civic organization, if you want to solve global problems, you don't have the ability to order a policy, to legislate and insist that something be carried out, to enter into a treaty. What you have the power to mobilize others with you, and again, exercising new power, come together to solve that problem. And the ways you do that are 5. We've talked about a couple of them, but I want you to think more generally about how you lead in a network. First, you clarify the goals of everyone in the network. So imagine your social network. You have 6 people. You all want to go to dinner. You want to figure out what you're doing for an evening. Some people want to go to dinner. Some people want to go to a movie. The first thing you do is clarify the goal, and that's exactly where we started with leadership. Then you have to curate your network. I mean, if some people absolutely want to go to a movie and you've decided that really the goal of the majority of the group is to go to dinner, well, some of those people get left out. You don't always connect everyone. You connect the people who share goals. And then you connect them in a very active way. This is not enough to send an email to 2 people or to introduce them in some way. You have to actively be in touch with them and make sure they are connected to one another, that they understand why they are connected, that you, again, deconflict any problems they might have in their relationship between them. You might judge a dispute that they have. You are actively connecting them. And if the bigger your network, the more work you have to do in making sure they are all actively connected. You have to cultivate their power, because in a network, you cannot order people to do things. You have to inspire them. You have to mobilize them. That means you want them to have their own ideas, and you want those ideas to be generally in line with the goals of the network as a whole. So you have to cultivate your relationship with that person, but you have to cultivate their power and ability to exercise, to implement the goals of the network. And finally, again, you have to catalyze action. So here, if you're thinking about building a regional network, a global network, we think of examples. We can think about the Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization. And indeed, we may need a global alliance for a COVID vaccine. That is going to involve governments and international organizations and NGOs and corporations and the national and local governments. You're going to have to create a network, and you're going to have to do all these things to make the network work. All right, we are almost at time for questions and answers, and we can talk further about any of these points. But I want to end by getting you to think about leadership, not just in terms of old power and new power, the ladder and the web, command and control versus connect and catalyze, but in terms of identities. I am a leader. I am also a woman. Many people argue that women lead differently, that we are more collaborative, that we are more open, that we are warmer, that we don't. The reason I would tell you about connecting and catalyzing is that I'm uncomfortable with command and control. And many people think that is a function of our personalities as women. I am certain that as Africans, as Nigerians, you may have encountered situations, at least globally, where certain traits are ascribed to you, and that people might say on the global stage, African leaders lead differently than European leaders or Asian leaders. And in the United States, this comes up as a question of if you are African American or if you are Black, because not all Blacks in the United States are of African descent, although they are originally, but do African Americans have a different style of leadership? And you could ask the same question of any category that you happen to fall in. I think it's important to ask this question, again, for yourself individually, in your organization, or countries, because I actually do not believe that we have biologically determined styles of leadership. I do not think that whether you are a man or a woman, or whether you come from one culture or another, means that you automatically lead differently. Certainly there are different cultural norms. In the United States, it is important to be very forceful and bold and confident in your leadership. Often Asian leaders, if you think about Japan, you would be much more ready to apologize. So of course there are cultural differences. But I think the biggest differences in leadership come from how you have been accustomed to exercising power. So if you are a group who is a minority group or oppressed in some way, you often do not have the ability to exercise power directly. Women are very rarely, traditionally, at the head of organizations, so they couldn't exercise command and control. And similarly, if African countries were colonies for a long period of time, as the United States was, that's a style of leadership that would not allow leaders to be as bold and confident as they might want to be. So in that setting, often we lead by connecting to others, by mobilizing energy, but more quietly. So I do think it matters where your power comes from and how you have been allowed to use it in the past, and that will help determine styles of leadership. But I would put to you, and it's a good note to end on, that, for instance, the way Nigerians lead individually, in your organizations, in your government, and on the global stage is much more a function of how much power you have, where that power comes from, and how you are best able to determine or clarify the goals of a group of people or a group of member states and mobilize their energies to accomplish those goals. The last thing I will say, though, is you will not just need other countries. You will need many other actors, again, businesses and NGOs, mayors and governors, educational leaders, and to mobilize that kind of power, you're often leading from the center in a networked world. So thank you very much, and I look forward to answering your questions.
And that brings us to the end of this televised event. First of all, we'd like to say a big thank you to all of our amazing speakers who joined us here live at the Covenant Nation, those of us who logged in, and of course our speakers who are also delivering various talks in the digital workshops at the moment. And most importantly to you, our amazing audience who have sat with us all day listening to these very deep, thought-provoking and inspiring conversations that we had today. We say thank you, and remember that the replay of the entire platform will be available on YouTube for your listening. For all of us, we say right here from the Covenant Nation, happy Independence Day. Enjoy the rest of your day, and God bless you.